Oh, shoot. Guys, my apologies. I actually pressed the wrong button and it cut our theme song short. But hey, nonetheless, we're here, guys. Happy Tuesday to everybody. And guys, my apologies, but Coach Ronnie Shields could not make the show today. And James and I know exactly why. And we're not going to tell you. It's a secret. No, in all reality, it's personal. So once again, he promised that he would be on the show, his show, next week at this time. But guys, right now, customarily, this gentleman, one of the best fight scribes in boxing, customarily helps me host Real Boxing with Coach Ronnie Shields. And tonight, he's going to play Fact or Fiction with us. And guys, I'm referring to the incomparable JR Bell of the Boxing Source. JR, how you doing, brother?
What's going on, Joe? Just getting recovered from being out there for fight week for Canelo Charlo, and can't wait to break that down here on Fact or Fiction.
Oh yeah, man! I tell you what, it was interesting to say the least. And I tell you what, I don't know what was more exciting, that big room you got at Planet Hollywood or the event itself. Hey man, come on, admit it, brother. No one else is listening, just a few hundred are our closest friends. Tell me, brother, you invited some honeys up there, man, post-fight, didn't you?
They didn't believe me until I showed them the pics.
And there it is. Woo-hoo! To be young and single again, brother. What a life. I tell you what, though, man. Guys, and once again, I love this format of interviewing great minds and people who understand the business of boxing, who have been in this business for a substantial period of time, because you could ask them the same questions, and yeah, you'll often get a very different answer. And I think that very well may be the case. Once again, you were there live at the event, covering that for the Boxing Source. And was it the big critical and commercial flop that everyone seems to perceive it to be at this point?
Oh, that's a good question. Given from what I saw from a box office standpoint, I thought it was, fairly good as far as the attendance goes. But the real thing that's going to be broken down is how many people were really interested in this fight. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking that, given, those that kind of know the sport and kind of seen, of course, what the odds were going into this particular fight.
Yep.
A number of fight fans probably weren't interested in, the main event, so they didn't buy in. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you get something that's, a little bit, well, I would say fairly significantly less than what we got for Canelo versus Plant, which was on Showtime pay-per-view.
Yep. Look, it's going to be considerably less. That was promoted extremely well for high stakes at 168 pounds. That was for ultimate supremacy at super middleweight, and the first ever undisputed champion at 68 in the four belt era. So there was a lot going on. Even though Caleb Plant, even still to this day, couldn't sell out my living room on a Saturday night by himself. But that's, once again, Canelo was just the marauder at 168 when he first entered that division. And, well, how did you think he looked? Did he look closer to that guy, or the guy who had that evening of light sparring against Gennady Golovkin?
Oh, with the you talk about Canelo's previous fight with that Golovkin 3?
Yep, Golovkin 3. The evening of light sparring. Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely light sparring there. And this right here, it seems surely close to that as well, man.
Well, I will say this, James, and not to cut you off, and I want you to expound even further, but I don't know if I'd even call this light sparring.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? If you really have to, if you really can't get up for a Canelo fight and view this as the gateway to superstardom or even bigger life-changing money, then maybe you're in the wrong business. I'm sorry, as you were now, brother.
Oh, you nailed it right there. You nailed it. I mean, this is something where you basically take the opportunity to become a superstar. And there could have been different ways that you could have done it, by competing in this particular bout.
Yep.
And with what we saw from Jermell Charlo, we didn't get that at all. And I was very disappointed in his effort on Saturday night.
Yep. And once again, guys, make no mistake about this. This is through no fault of Canelo's. He was a professional, and he even warned Charlo. It is very different on this level, and you've never been here, and you will see. You will learn. Boy, and he sure did. As early as the second round, boy, he started to taste some of those body shots that Canelo was ripping. And I'll tell you what, boy, he's arguably the hardest puncher at 68 and arguably one of the hardest pound-for-pound punchers in boxing, period. When he combines speed with power, boy, he's got a very pretty offense, doesn't he? Like, I know a lot of people, he's the A-side in Vegas, man. He's going to get all the benefit of the close. That's not because he's Canelo. I think you could say he's Canelo because he's got that explosive, beautiful offensive style that is very eye-catching to the judges right there at ringside. Now, I know you were probably stuck in the second tier of the media section, but admit it, James, you can feel the impact of those shots when you're seeing them live.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, most definitely. And, I mean,
it's very percussive. Yeah.
Yeah, you could even see it. Like, I was there, doing photography, and I had, a good enough lens to where, if you catch it at the right time, you'll see the effects of those shots from Canelo Alvarez.
Mm-hmm.
So, eventually here, before the end of the evening, you'll probably get some fighting and photos on the website to where you'll see Canelo in action.
You always do great work, brother. And once again, you're not only a gifted written journalist, you're also a very talented photojournalist as well. Kudos to you, my friend. That's one of the reasons why we love promoting your site and promoting your channel on this show. And I tell you what, though, man, that leads us into the first fact or fiction. Hopefully, we did enough to where we can cover everything that you saw this past weekend. Here it is. Number one, fact or fiction, brother. In one fell swoop, Jermell Charlo destroyed potential fights with Bud Crawford and his brother, Mal Charlo, opposite Canelo in 2024 with his uninspired performance on Saturday. Fact or fiction?
That's a fact. In twofold, because and we kind of talked about this too, also from a business perspective. Those numbers are not going to look good for this particular fight. At least I don't see that they will. No. And because of that, that is going to deter boxing fans from, seeing if, a potential fight between Canelo and Terrence Crawford or Canelo and Jermall Charlo, especially, with Jermall Charlo, with folks that say, hey, Jermall Charlo is probably going to be the same as Jermell Charlo. So why in the world would we want to see that fight? So, that kind of like, diminishes that possibility from happening come May or Cinco de Mayo weekend in 2024, which is when Canelo said that he will be back in the ring.
Yep. I tell you what, oh boy. So what's next for Jermell Charlo? Is there a demand to see him fight at all? period. Yeah, now we're completely ruling out pay-per-view now, right? The only time he's going to be featured on pay-per-view, and it's not going to be in this country, is if he goes down under and fights Tim Tszyu in Australia on pay-per-view over there, right? And that's going to be regular. I don't know. And that's a huge conundrum right now for Al Heyman and PBC. And we're going to get that a little bit later. We're going to get into all of that, guys. And we're going to explain exactly what's going on. And we're going to tell you why this is a huge problem. Not just for BBC. Now, I'm sure less informed channels and less knowledgeable channels will tell you and actually sound giddy when they're telling you this. But this is, guys, this is a detriment for the health of our beloved boxing across the board, guys. And we'll explain later on in the program when Fact or Fiction, it comes up in Fact or Fiction, okay? So please stay tuned for that. I do have to explain everything and what this means for the health of the sport in 2024 and so on, right? Oh boy, not good, guys, not good. Now tell you exactly how the boxing fans, the real bosses of boxing, the diehard fans, really let down the sport. You can't blame it on anyone else. You can blame it. You try and blame it on Heyman all you want or Steven Espinosa, but the diehard fans really failed the business in this situation. And no, I'm not talking about pay-per-view. Okay, and I'll explain all of that later on the show. But let's move forward, guys. Number 2, Jermell Charlo didn't want to go out like his stablemate and friend, Errol Spence Jr. on Saturday night. Fact or fiction?
Oh, that's the fact. He didn't want to get stopped. He did not want to go out on the Shield and get stopped by Canelo Alvarez. And you pretty much saw that what we seen in the 7th round there when he went down to one knee was pretty similar to how Ryan Garcia went down to one knee to Gervonta Tank Davis. The only difference is Jermell Charlo got up and, just did what he could in order to, get away from Canelo's big shots, over the course of the final 5 or so rounds there. But outside of that, he really did not want to make an effort to really try to go after Canelo Alvarez, even though there were a couple of times that he did catch Canelo with a couple of shots. It was almost like similar to Canelo's fight with John Ryder, where after John Ryder got knocked down, there was an instance where he caught Canelo flush with a couple shots.
Yeah, look, John Ryder actually was trying to win that fight. Let's just be clear. John Ryder was trying to win. In fact, I scored the final 2 rounds for him. He never stopped trying. Errol Spence Jr. never stopped trying. Both gentlemen were just in with superior talent. That's it. And in Charlo's case, well, he was in with a much bigger puncher, much bigger fighter. And you know what? I'm sure he was thinking a lot like Amir Khan after the Canelo fight was like, oh my gosh. It's almost like panic steps in. When shots that you deliver, clean, flush, consequential shots customarily, when they land and they don't have an effect on your opponent, and he keeps coming forward to apply that steady pressure, that's very demoralizing, isn't it, James?
Oh yes, and that's the Canelo MO. If you don't have something that that he can respect, he's gonna walk right through you and just try to get to you and set up shots, set up feints, and like I say with the customary expression, he'll get you with those.
Woo! I tell you what though, man. Like I said, make no mistake about this though, guys. Canelo, he did nothing to be held responsible All he did was, play his game, fight his fight. Yeah. And he said, hey, stop me from taking your fucking lunch money, kid. And Jermell couldn't. He couldn't. He was even afraid to try. And at least, now keep in mind, that's the perception. Seemingly, from where I was watching. Yeah. And the people I was watching it with. Yeah. In fact, one couple, they were there supporting Jermell Charlo from Houston, Texas, at Dave and Buster's, where we were watching it. We had a press conference there for TMB Promotions. And yeah, they said, hey, yeah, I thought Charlo, I watched the All Access, and man, I really thought he was going to be a lot more competitive than this. And it was nothing. Canelo was just Canelo, right? Explosive, sharp puncher, very fast, like deceptively fast. For a guy who's junior middleweight, I'm sure Jermell was very surprised that he had comparable hand speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the thing. I think he was surprised by that too.
Yeah, look, something tells me a lot was a surprise to Jermell Charlo. And I'm sure he was thinking the entire time, yep, this is a completely different arena. This is a completely different world to where I'm. Now, once again, you go to and you look at the crowd in Carson, California for the second Castano fight with Jermell Charlo. What was it? What were the numbers there in attendance?
I mean, Carson, California, that thing of they usually call the Punch Bowl. That wasn't, very big. What is it, about 5,000-6,000?
No. It usually holds because it's a former tennis center court, right? Yeah. And if there's not a bad seat in the house, everything is looking down on the ring. It's a perfect place to watch a fight. But if you pack it to the rafters, I mean, it's anywhere between 9,000 and 10,000, right? That's if you pack it to the rafters, right?
Yeah.
So even though that was for undisputed supremacy at 154, yeah, this is a completely different universe. This is the big time. This is what every fighter puts on lays the gloves. This is their dream, to compete in a truly historic endeavor in which all eyes are going to be on them. So my question for you, my friend, is what the hell? Come on, brother. Let your balls hang in the center of the ring. Don't be afraid to go out on your shield. Hey, so what? So what if you get knocked out? It happens in boxing. You already have a pass moving up 2 weight divisions. What the hell? James, am I wrong in reacting this way?
No, I'm not. I mean, the thing about it is, in many cases when, folks talk about fighters that move up, 1 weight division or 2 weight divisions, they're either, going for the gusto to win, or they, kind of go down in flames, so to speak. But at least they put in an effort,
Yep.
And I didn't see much of an effort from Jermell Charlo, outside of like a couple of spurts. But other than that, he really didn't fight. He didn't fight like Jermell Charlo.
No, not even close. Like it did. I don't know who that imposter was on Saturday night, but whoever it was, yeah, he was tentative, and that's being nice. Like, once again, don't get me wrong. Just look at this right here. You can't tell me that's a coincidence, because you and I both know this. I used to do publicist work for a lot of fighters, former champions as well, and I couldn't do it anymore, because when you get attached to a fighter and his team, and you feel like you're part of the family. In fact, with several of my clients, I had dinner with their entire family several times. And there's one, and G Funky knows this, and I will not repeat this story live on the air, but he knows the story. There was a gentleman who was a former Olympian, excellent fighter. And I would have bet my house that he would have become champion on this night. And he fought a gentleman who he was favored against at 135. Oh boy. Anyway,
pretty much.
No. He was winning the fight, and he looked great. And then all of a sudden, the last round of action, he gets caught with a short, compact left hand and couldn't recover. And with a minute left to go, Vic Draculich, ahead on all the judges' scorecards, Vic Draculich steps in and calls a halt to the bout.
Oh,
and let me tell you, it was a traumatic experience for me, as it was to everyone in their camp on his team. It was, I shit you not, James, it was like staring at the sun. It was physically painful. And after that, I just told myself, you know what? I can't do this anymore. I can't do publicist work like this, and I can't get close to these teams any longer. It's too painful. I can't keep my emotions out of this. And so I haven't done publicist work since.
Very understandable.
So you can't tell me that Jermell Charlo on July 29th, ringside, sitting next to James Harden, was an uninterested bystander and didn't have a skin in the game. I guarantee you, if you ask him on a personal level, he will say, yeah, that was about as traumatic as if I were watching my brother getting beat up. And the worst part about it is, and this is just me speaking relatively at ringside, there's not a damn thing you can do to help that guy, to help your brother. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. It's almost like seeing a family member getting beaten up. And there's nothing you can do to help. The only thing you can do is help to pick him up immediately following. So I guarantee you, after watching that traumatic experience, Errol Spence Jr. getting his ass smoked like a cheap cigar on the biggest stage of boxing, you can't tell me that didn't come into play when he was making this, in the immortal words of Teddy Atlas, he made that silent agreement with himself, right? You can't tell me that wasn't a factor.
Yeah. I mean, I talked about this, a couple of days ago, on the podcast, and one of our guests on there, brings up, something when it comes to fighters that want to go down, the abyss, or to the, to like the level of darkness. Are you going to dig from the depths of hell, so to speak, in order to try to get a victory against someone who many feel like you're overmatched against? And it's like, are you going to make that choice to go down that path, or are you just going to go, proverbially take the safe route? And it just looked like Jermell Charlo took the safe route.
Well, the reason why he's justifiably getting so much hell from critics, fans, everyone who watched that fight, if you still want to call it a fight, right? The reason why is because that kind of uninspired performance, that's what keeps fans away from our favorite pastime. Like, people want to be inspired when they pay $85. They want to see something great, something that pretty much 99.9% of people on this earth can't do and aren't willing to do for a mere ribbon and a couple bucks. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we watch. People want to be inspired. These guys are warriors. This is what they do. Right?
Yep.
That's like me. Like, I book a gig, and if I'm not feeling it that night, if my voice isn't what it usually is, that's like me saying, hey, you know what? I'm not going to sing tonight. I'll play guitar, but that's it. No, you've already sold the tickets. You've already promoted the event. It's a packed house. You give it your all, man. Even though you have an off night, you forge ahead. You fight through it. And you act like when you're on stage performing, you act like, hey, this is the time. I'm having the time of my life. And you give it everything you have. That's called being a professional, brother. Shh. And dude, and I tell you, I made much less than $5 million every time I felt that way. And I didn't pack it in. Hell no, man. If we were playing in front of 200 people or two, I always did my job and fulfilled my obligation to the fans and the club owner and the label, right?
Yep.
Jermel, that's what's expected of you, man. Come on now. So, I could write a book about this. Let's go to the next one, my friend. Here we go. Tim Bradley is correct when he states that Terence Crawford would have little to no chance against Canelo Alvarez at 168 pounds. Now, keep in mind, these were his comments post-fight, right? Fact or fiction?
That is a fact.
Yep. That's why we have weight divisions.
Alvarez Barragan. You could have as many tools in your repertoire, whatever it is, but you're coming up from 147, 154 to 168 against a man that's used to that.
He started his career at 135.
Yep.
Oh boy. Now look, I love me some Terence Crawford in the ring. Outside of it, lately not so much. But inside the ring, it doesn't get much better than Terence Crawford. And I'm speaking historically now. You could plop, and once again, Terence is one of those guys. You could plop him in any era throughout history, and he would do just fine, if not excel. Right? He would make a respectable showing regardless of era. He's just cut from that same cloth as the greats, as the all-time greats. And, he just never disappoints. With that said, I don't think his fight with Canelo Alvarez would resemble. I don't think it would resemble Roberto Duran versus Marvin Hagler, in which that was a shockingly very competitive fight. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't see it. What say you, my friend? And how do you think it would actually play out in your mind if this happened?
Well, at the very least, I think Terence Crawford would at least try to beat Canelo Alvarez, no matter how overmatched he may be.
Yep. He's a competitor. And this guy wants to win at everything.
Yes.
Like if both you guys are walking your dogs on the same day in the same park, he's going to try to beat you. I don't know how he could make a game out of it, but he would somehow turn it into a competition and try to beat your ass. This guy's a winner. This is what he does. And you know what? I would have been willing to bet money that Jermel was cut from that same cloth, but I guess he's not. Look, don't get me wrong. Once again, he's a fighter. This is what he does, but something shook him. Something shook him, and I think it was being a ringside for July 29th that did it. He saw Errol Spence's face after the fight looking like Martin Lawrence on the Tommy Hearns episode, right? He also heard the terribly negative fan reaction calling for his retirement. And I think he wasn't willing to subject himself to that kind of critical reaction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm wrong about this, brother. Like Columbo, I think I cracked the case. Well, excuse me, sir. I mean, weren't you ringside there next to James Harden on July 29th when your friend got bludgeoned? right in front of your face, and Terrence Crawford was gyrating at you directly. Yeah, I think I figured it out. That's, and once again, giving Jermell the benefit of the doubt. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because this is a guy who takes pride in his mental and physical toughness. And he's always shown up when the cards are stacked against him. But something spooked him. Now, in your opinion, James, is Canelo that bad of a dude where it would spook a natural-born fighter like Jermell Charlo?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, as someone who is supposed to be a professional fighter and a competitor, it doesn't matter like who's on the opposite side of the ring. You got to be able to, give your 100% out there in the ring. Like I was mentioning before. I mean, you can't like pack it in after a couple of rounds like Mikey Garcia did against Errol Spence Jr. or something like that. So at least try. That's the thing that fight fans want to see you do. They want to see you try. And for a majority of that fight and the majority of that, second half of the fight, it just didn't look like Jermell Charlo tried to win.
Yeah, he wasn't even willing to. He wasn't willing to. Put forth that kind of effort.
Right. It could have been worse. He could have tried to, do a Klitschko jab grab.
Yeah. Well, he, in my opinion, he did grab a little too much for my liking. But once again, I'm a very anti-clinch type of guy. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that Emmanuel Stewart and we would debate a lot about that. And I said, Emmanuel, you know what, man? I have to tell you, as a fan, and as, before I got into this business, that's exactly what I was exclusively. And I took pride in being one of the real bosses of boxing. And I said, I'm sorry, for entertainment value, nothing breaks the flow of a fight, and nothing leaves a bad taste in a fan's mouth than excessive clinching and holding. In my opinion, John Ruiz, what he did in a great era of heavyweight boxing, he single-handedly destroyed it for a lot of fans with his 3 terrible fights with Evander Holyfield.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Like what people want to remember, what people remember, like their takeaways. If you talk to mainstream and casual fans who just turn up for the pay-per-views, right? They will tell you, yeah, man, I tell you what, I was really turned off from boxing after Mike Tyson bit the ear of Evander Holyfield and, just those 3 terrible fights with John Ruiz. You mean to tell me he could whoop Mike Tyson's ass, but he couldn't beat John Ruiz?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did beat him, but you know what? It was terrible. Those kinds of performances keep people away from our sport. And I hate to say this, but that's exactly what Jermell Charlo did. Laid an egg when everyone was watching. And you know what? I don't think they're going to have very much interest in seeing him fight on that level ever again.
Yeah.
So
tough break for the kid.
Yeah, tough break for the kid. But you know what? I'm sorry. I know a lot of fighters that would have done more for much less than $5 million. So you can't be that sympathetic for him, right? You can't. Mm-hmm. This is your job. This is what's expected of you. Yes, it is a dangerous profession. But just like firefighters, just like policemen, just like soldiers, that's what's expected. That's why you signed up. You signed up understanding the risks involved. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to call the fights for club level fighters who are going to put forth more effort for only $250 a round. He got paid $5 million Rock Brother on Saturday.
Yeah.
So anyway, your final thought. Well, I think we have a couple more. Hold on, brother. Let's go to the next fact or fiction. As a result of the critical and commercial disappointment on Saturday, Canelo Alvarez will now feel compelled to take on David Benavidez. Cinco de Mayo weekend 2024 on Paramount Plus. Fact or fiction, sir?
I put it as a fact. I kind of mentioned it like once they see the numbers and once they see that folks are disappointed in what they saw, they're gonna be like, listen, we want to see or at least have a matchup where we know, okay, I know this fighter is going to make an effort, out of this thing, and either someone's getting knocked out or someone's getting seriously hurt. And so you're not going to see someone like a Jamal Charlo being a matched up against Canelo Alvarez here. You're not going to see, anything where, even though Terrence Crawford will be a little bit more competitive, it's still a size issue. So they're not going to go that route. They're going to go for having them fighting a solid super middleweight in David Benavidez, given it, he takes care of business against Demetrius Andrade. So that's what they're going to be going after. And if David Benavidez gets a spectacular win over Demetrius Andrade, that makes the fight even more appealing for fans.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And once again, guys, understand this. Whether you realize it or not, you guys are indeed the real bosses of boxing, and not just the diehards, but the mainstream and casuals who come out and support these pay-per-views for Canelo Alvarez. Guys, and, Canelo, he's grown accustomed to calling the shots and, well, expecting a big audience to turn out every single time, regardless of who he fights. Well, when you ask and demand that kind of money for each appearance, well, you have what quality of opposition matters. And because the real bosses of boxing, it would appear anyway, that they really didn't turn out to support this, well, mismatch. And when you've grown accustomed to making that kind of money, yeah, quality of opposition matters. He's going to have to deliver. No more John Ryders. No more third Golovkin fight that no one asked for at that time. Right. Okay? That's not good enough. No more Jermell Charlos. You're going to have to fight. You're going to have to dig deep, and you're going to have to take on the hungry young lion. Not lions only. No pun intended. But you're going to have to fight the hungry young lion who is after what you've already attained. What you have and what you boast, this guy is gunning for you. He wants everything that you have, and he's willing to walk through fire to get it.
Yep.
And you're going to have to face that guy if you want to keep being the premier attraction in North America. If you want to demand those kinds of dollars, damn it, you're going to have to give the real bosses of boxing what they've been clamoring for. And that's a fight with David Benavidez, the Mexican monster. I don't think there's any other way around it, Canelo or James, outside of him retiring. And well, look, this is going to be a big obstacle, and we might as well take care of this, right, and address this right now, because in my opinion, this is the biggest thing standing in the way of a massive fight like Crawford Canelo, right? Paramount Plus next year. You remember when Showtime and Steven Espinosa, they would pay the licensing fee and a huge guaranteed purse for both men in the main event? Now, ask yourself, how much do you think Terrence Crawford and Canelo would both request to make this deal happen?
An astronomical figure, if you think about it.
Yep. Would you say a combined purse of $60 million would be right around the ballpark, right?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay. Now, here's the quandary. Paramount Plus, they're no longer interested in paying licensing fees. You're not going to have Showtime Championship Boxing any longer. You're not going to have Showbox. All Paramount Plus will be willing to do is distribute the product and promote it on their streaming platform. That's it. They are no longer interested. So once again, they don't have a say. Like Steven Espinosa, he always had a say. You know what, Al? I really don't like this fight, just like he did with Erislandy Lara, Danny Garcia. You notice how that fight just magically just went away without anyone talking about it? Yep. Steven said, well, you know what? For that kind of bread, you know what? We'll pass. Show me something else. What else do you have? And that was well within his right because he was paying the licensing fee. That's not the case any longer with Paramount Plus. It's going to be a distribution deal exclusively. That means they're going to distribute it on their platform with almost 70 million subscribers, right? But they're not willing to put forth a guarantee and pay the licensing fee from this point forward. That's a huge problem in trying to make a blockbuster like Canelo and Terrence Crawford. Is Heyman going to be able to come up with $60 million to guarantee those fights?
Nope.
That's a huge problem moving forward, guys. Huge. And once again, that's not a guarantee. Like Mayweather-Pacquiao was a guarantee. It was going to be the biggest financial event, boxing scene, maybe all time, right? Because once again, they did a brilliant job, to the dismay of most fans, of marinating that fight and reaching its maximum earning potential, right? Let's make no mistake about it. It's the biggest fight that you can make in boxing right now, or at least before Saturday night it was. But it's still not Mayweather-Pacquiao.
Nowhere near.
Who's going to come up with that money? Or do you think guys with the egos of Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford, do you think they're going to be willing to roll the dice and invest in themselves and invest in the real bosses of boxing that they will indeed turn out for this fight?
I don't think they would do it at this particular point of their careers.
In fact, don't be shocked, guys. In fact, don't be shocked if Al Heyman, Canelo becomes a free agent after this fight and Al Heyman is in breach of contract. Because once again, he signed that deal with PBC for 3 fights for like about $100 million. Don't be shocked if he's in breach and can't honor the terms of the agreement. Because let's just face it, James, in this business, how many major promoters actually use their own money to put these fights together?
0%.
Yep. So, guys, this is a real problem for Tom Brown and Al Heyman moving forward, right? Make no mistake about this, guys. This is a much bigger deal than I think everyone is anticipating or everyone will most realize. This is a huge detriment. And guys, make no mistake about this. ESPN and DAZN, they're not just uninterested bystanders. James, you've been in this business for a while now. This is a symbiont industry in which if one falls, well, it's not a good look for anyone else in this business.
Sure is.
So let's move on to the next Fact or Fiction. Fact or Fiction, sir. Al Heyman will begin working with DAZN in 2024 and will once again start working with ESPN for dates to nurture and cultivate his massive stable of young talent. Fact or fiction, sir?
Well, this one I'm gonna say fiction. I'm gonna go with the thing where we were talking about with the Paramount Plus platform, and that while you do have large events that will be distributed on Paramount Plus, they'll also have some other alternative programming that will show these fighters that, are like, as they say in wrestling, mid carders or anything like that.
I love it.
They'll have something like that. Like for example, and this was one of the shows that I actually like how they did it, is Inside PBC, where they talked about fights, they talked about the fighters that were involved in the fights, but in this particular sense, with using Paramount Plus, you would include fights on that. So you would have someone featured like like say a Vito Melnicki Jr. or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Or if they had like a Jesus Ramos or a young cat like or maybe like Gary Antoine Russell or something like that. They would do a show of that magnitude that kind of like show those fights and just have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? Out of necessity, and once again, in a perfect world, that should work. But, brother, when Don King was doing it back in the 90s, it was still a very healthy mainstream pastime in America. That's not the case right now. And this is why I'm saying this is where fans and armchair quarterbacks who have shitty channels, who claim to know about the business, but they've never spent a minute working in this business or even trying to understand it. And so for him, I'm saying him specifically, and everyone who listens and hears this thought is going to understand exactly who it is. He's been, once again, rolling out these customary bullshit to fans who don't know any better. And it sounds believable. And this is why I don't like arguing with fans or even debating with fans. Or even because they'll think they're coming up with very, very educated points. But quite the contrary. Unless they've spent a substantial amount of time working in this industry, they really don't know nearly as much as they think they do. And so when they talk about, oh, well, Showtime's been giving us a shit product for years. Oh, and look at all the money and look how much, man, we're talking about $500 in pay-per-views all year. Well, I would agree, once again, and I would agree that the pay-per-views that were on pay-per-view or Showtime pay-per-view out of necessity, those are terrible for the health of the sport. But when you're featuring rock stars, guys like Tank Davis, Canelo Alvarez, Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, Super Bowl of the welterweight division. You know what? You guys don't have to purchase that. You're not even a factor any longer. When fighters have reached that level, that is the objective for every promoter and network in this business, to cultivate and nurture a star to that level so they can make some real money. That's the objective of every promoter and network who engages in this racket. And so when it gets to that point, you guys don't have to purchase shit. It's already done. You guys did your part in helping cultivate that fighter when he wasn't anybody by tuning in and giving them ratings. Right? So once again, it's their modus operandi. Promoters and networks are to try and get a fighter or get an event that is going to involve the participation of mainstream and casual sports fans. That's where the real money happens. That's where the real magic in this business happens. And that is the objective of every promoter and network. So you guys have already done your job or aren't even in the equation. 100% of diehard fans could stream it illegally and it won't even matter. It'll still be a successful event if a fighter reaches that plateau or that level. Where you guys failed Showtime is by not subscribing. So once again, fans who don't know any better will bring up the high cost of the pay-per-view. And you know what? it doesn't even fucking matter. The only time it matters as far as your lack of participation is if a guy is, well, on pay-per-view out of necessity because he's demanding too much money, like David Benavidez versus Caleb Plant. James, realistically, should it have been staged behind a pay-per-view paywall?
No, it should not have. They don't have enough behind them in order for that to be a pay-per-view main event type of a fight. That is a Showtime Championship boxing fight.
Yep. And guess what? It would have helped David Benavidez immensely if that fight were on regular subscriber Showtime Championship Boxing. Now, how is he going to grow any further unless he fights the Canelos of the world? How do you think he's gonna accumulate any more popularity or growth in the American market, obscured by the pay-per-view platform on November 26th?
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough sell, man. Definitely a tough sell.
Well, I will say this. So once again, guys, the pay-per-views, all the pay-per-views that have happened and are going to happen on Showtime this year. No, that's not where the diehard fans failed Showtime and the business of boxing. Once again, you guys are the real bosses of boxing. Everything is determined in this business by your decision to click or not to click. Are you going to financially support this event and this platform, or are you not going to? And every decision made stems from that. And the fact that numbers were so abysmal for Showtime Championship Boxing and ShowBox, guess what? Paramount Plus, CBS could not justify supporting those shows any longer as part of their programming moving forward. So once again, now, how...
Hold up, Joe. Looks like you kind of went off there real quick. Joe, you still with us? Oh, hold on, Joe. Yeah, looks like the thing for a connection is not popping here. Hold on a sec. Yeah, because I am not hearing Joe. Hopefully Joe hears me, but I am not hearing Joe right now.
Okay, now, can you hear me now, sir?
Yes.
All right. Well, you know what? I need to do something to rectify this because I spend way too much money every month for this to be happening on a regular basis. So once again, I just on Saturday night, I use my hotspot to DJ and all that at Dave & Buster's. And guess what? I'm using it right now, even though I pay every single month Google Fiber.
Man.
So you know what? I'm going to have to rectify this because this is happening way too frequent. But what I was saying, though, is, guys, without those TV dates to nurture and cultivate the future stars of boxing, what's going to happen to PBC?
Yeah, what's going to happen to those fighters? You know, under PBC, under the Heyman banner. Like, I mean, y'all could go on the Premier Boxing Champions website right now. You could click on the link for fighters, and you could see a long list of fighters that are on there that are pretty much under the PBC banner. And when you look at each one of those names, if you can, without even hitting BoxRec, I mean, you could go to BoxRec if you want, but without even hitting BoxRec first. Think about the last time each one of those fighters had a fight. It's going to be a long time for a good number of those fighters, you know. And while they're very, very, a number of them can be very, very talented, you still got to have dates. You still got to put in the venues. You still got to pick the right opponents. You still got to, you know, get everything right to make sure it's a successful event. And if they can't do that, you know, regardless of, you know, what the fighter wants or whatever, these fighters are going to be sitting around twiddling their thumbs for a long time.
Yep.
And given what we were talking about, as far as like this transition, this latest fact to fiction, if it goes the way that we think it's going to go, it's
Yep.
gonna look even worse.
Yep. And guess who pays for that? Not just Al Heyman and PBC, not just Tom Brown, not just Steven Espinosa. Yeah, the entire sport. Okay, is going to pay for that. This is a detriment. Once again, guys, I don't think anyone really understands, unless they're in this business. I don't think they fully realize and appreciate that this is a symbiont industry, right? Where the promoter that I work with, one of the promoters that I work with, TMB Promotions, Rick Morones, he helped on the 21st, the Ochoa Santillan card, right? In the co-main event, Jojo Diaz versus Rick Medina Jr. Yeah, we helped make that fight. Right?
Yep.
We talked about all that. And Eric Gomez was like, hey, man, I really want to put together Jojo Diaz versus Floyd Schofield. I think that's a great fight. And I think a lot of people would turn up, and it would tell us a lot about both men at 135 pounds. But it's impossible to justify coming off a loss with Jojo Diaz.
Right.
So he's going to have to get a win, or you know what? Maybe after all of this string of losses at 135, maybe he's just too small for the weight. Maybe he's developed the mindset of an opponent, a la Jermell Charlo on Saturday night.
Yeah. Now you bring up a great point.
Go ahead, sir.
You bring up a great point. Talk about the promoter that you're talking about, because a number of these fighters that are under that PBC banner, we know a number of these promoters that have these fighters under there. We know about the Samson Lukawitzes. We know about the Demetrius Salidas. We know about at a time, when they had Ludabella. You talk about Rick Meridian. He actually had a comment in reference to this particular topic on Twitter recently. So if folks didn't see that, you can check that out there from Rick Meridian. But a number of these fighters have these promoters or other managers that that are really going to be affected by this change coming in 2024. So yeah, I think, like you were saying, you're calling out the fans here. Like, hey, if y'all ain't supporting the way that you're supposed to be supporting.
Yeah. And look. Let me address this right now. Let me address this right now, James, because this is a huge misnomer from a lot of idiotic channels that don't know any better, right? And I know he says this in jest, right? Our brother Outlaw, welcome to the show, sir. And forgive me, guys, because we're on borrowed time right now. Forgive me for not going up the roster. I will do that as soon as we're finished with Fact or Fiction. Because, once again, I value everyone here in the chat as our extended War Week Radio family. And thank you for, once again, being here, even though Coach Ronnie isn't. We really appreciate it. He says, Outlaw says, Al trying to use Canelo as a GoFundMe to keep the PBC alive. Well, look. It backfired. And I'm telling you, because I know this for a fact, straight from the horse's mouth, that's the success of the pay-per-views and the dismal ratings in comparison to Showtime Championship Boxing, it backfired to where the brass at Paramount Plus and CBS said, well, you know what? Your pay-per-views are doing pretty well this year, but look at the ratings of Showtime Championship Boxing and Showbox. They were abysmal, where we can't justify keeping those. And Steven is like, well, you look, these matchups that you're referring to, Spence and Crawford, that was gestated for almost half a decade. Tank versus Ryan, even. It was marinating for 3 years.
Yeah, 2-3 years.
I mean, so we need those dates to nurture and cultivate the future stars of the sport. This isn't like the NFL, where no matter who's on the roster, people are still going to root for the Cowboys. And why? Because they've been rooting for that team as long as they've been alive. Boxing doesn't have that luxury. You consistently have to fill that pipeline with new, young, fresh, talented fighters. We don't have that luxury in boxing, guys. That's what most fans don't understand. And this is why I'm saying the diehard fans of boxing failed their favorite pastime by not subscribing to the cheap dates. That's why they pulled the plug on it. Oh, but those pay-per-views are so expensive. You know what? They don't even give a shit whether or not you participate in it or not. You've already done your job and got the fighters to that place, to that level where you failed the sport, is just kept streaming on Showtime Championship Boxing Subscriber and Showbox. That's where everyone failed their supposed favorite pastime, by not paying the $12.99 a month to subscribe to Showtime. Don't pay for the pay-per-view then if it's that big of an issue, because you don't matter. Guys like Tank, guys like Crawford and Spence, guys like Canelo, they've already eclipsed that plateau. They don't need your involvement anymore. Now, where you guys did matter and you failed was when you stopped subscribing to Showtime. And guess what, guys? If you stop subscribing to Zone, same thing's going to happen over there. Now, James, do you think the brass at the Zone are going to be giddy with joy about our beloved boxing when Eddie Hearn sold them a bill of goods, just like Al Heyman used to, and Fox, right? And on ESPN and everywhere he's been? Do you think the brass at the Zone are going to be giddy with excitement when Eddie Hearn sold them a bill of goods, said, well, this is a cracker of a matchup, and it's going to be well worth the almost $8 million combined purse, and it's going to be our first big pay-per-view in America without Canelo? And when it flops, how do you think they're going to feel about boxing? Not just those two individual non-ticket selling bitches. How do you think the DAZN brass, how do you think they're going to feel about boxing as a whole in America, in the American market?
They're going to feel like, hey, we're not going to be paying this type of money for this product, whether it looks like a good matchup or not. We're not going to pay this type of money for it.
That's it. Unless it's a guaranteed winner, they have no problems turning it down and shooting it. Right? That's a problem, guys. This is a problem. Why do you think Bob Airman's like, well, we want to keep as many fights, as many events off of pay-per-view as humanly possible? Why do you think he has that attitude? Because he wants the brass at ESPN to get the biggest bang for their buck. He is the only promoter right now who is genuinely looking after the network's investment. So these days, right, of guys like Sean Porter saying, oh, well, you know what? You're making this much money, and so what if it flops? That's not your problem. That's not your problem. Well, when the fuck does it start becoming the fighter's problem? Two things have to happen, guys.
Actually,
go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead, James.
I had it when it should be the problem, but I feel like these guys should have reacted to this much quicker.
That's it.
That way, it wouldn't have got to this point.
That's it.
More
so once again,
these network executives should have said no.
Well, look. You know this. You know this. How often do you get a network executive, and once again, the networks, to protect the interest? And this is Steven's I'm referring to Steven Espinosa, guys. This is his forte. This is what he's most proficient at, is overseeing contracts to protect the interests of the network. He is really good at that. That's what he excels in, and that's why he's going to be working with CBS next year exclusively, because he's brilliant at that. Creating verbiage that's going to, in the contract, that's going to protect the interest of the network, right? So how often, though? Now, admittedly, Steven even admits, I've been learning on the job. I started out as in-house counsel for Golden Boy Promotions, and they were happy with the work that I did. But have you noticed, James, that networks only hire attorneys for that reason exclusively? So how often do you come across a brilliant Harvard law attorney, right? And it just so happens that he's a lifelong boxing guy as well, like Lou DiBella. How often does that happen?
Rarely.
So that's the problem. You get a guy like Al Heyman who sells a bill of goods with an inflated price tag because these guys don't know any better. And that's what Eddie Hearn is doing with DAZN in the American market as well. He sold the brass at DAZN a bill of goods that he knows isn't going to live up to its earning potential. It's not going to live up to the expectation of the DAZN brass. But he doesn't care. What does the health of the sport, what valley does it have to enter for everyone involved in this symbiont business to start understanding that someone has to start looking out for the network's investment? Because guess what, guys? What happens to this sport and this business if the networks are no longer willing to furnish TV dates? What happens to a sport in America if no one is willing to furnish TV dates?
Like, there's a lot of these fighters who have nowhere to go. And,
I tell you
all
what.
That stuff about all that stuff
it's not
about
your problem. It's not your problem.
Term.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about boxing is dead. Well, we keep going with these inflated purses and these unrealistic expectations. Yeah, you're pretty much not going to see what you've been seeing over the past 8 months. Y'all got great content, great fights over the course of 8 to 10 months.
Yep.
But on the flip side, it's
too little, too late.
This is what we got. This is as good as it's gonna get. And if you don't support, then that's definitely as good as it's gonna get.
Yep. Guys, I can't stress this enough. Where assholes on YouTube, right, don't have any skin in the game. And they're just telling you, just regurgitating ignorance because they're banking on the idea that you don't know any better. And I can tell you for a fact, that's why James started the Boxing Source, to inform fans intelligently and of the truth. Guys, that's why we formed War Week Radio 3 years ago, to give you guys a better idea of what's going on in this business. And your decision to either click or not to click determines everything. Right? Once again, all these other channels are doing, they're just trying to tell you what they think you want to hear just so they can make super chats. James, you have a good job. Do you do this for the money?
No, I do not.
Or do you do this because you genuinely care about the health of the sport and you love boxing?
Like, I'm as impartial as you could try to get. I cover every single solitary boxing event as much as I can. Said this, I've been improved to and covered like all these little events and these promotional companies and all this type of stuff, then and these fans, a lot of these fans just don't get it. And I'm here to tell y'all, all this faction stuff don't mean shit.
No, dude, because I can guarantee you, the matchmaker and promoter that I work with predominantly, well, there's several in Texas, but I'd say probably the 3 or 4 most influential in Texas. Guys, in order to fill up that fight card, they get calls from every promoter. In fact, when Eddie Hearn, the last time he was in San Antonio for Callum Smith, Canelo Alvarez, Rick Morones, he helped put together that entire fight card. He was the chief matchmaker outside of Kevin Rooney Jr. and Eric Botcher. Guys, when I tell you, whether you realize it or not, that we work in a symbiont industry in which we all depend on each other to do our jobs. That's not a fabrication. That's not an exaggeration. And because some channels, well, only think that this sport consists of about 3 or 4 promoters, that should tell you guys, fucking quit listening to that nonsense. Because it will never be more than that if you consistently listen to that garbage. And it's just a bunch of lies. It's a bunch of bullshit because they don't know any better. How would they know? James, did you know nearly as much as you do now before you decided to embark in this business and participate in this business on a consistent basis?
Nowhere near. Nowhere.
Guys, that says it all. Unless you've been a part of this business for a considerable amount of time, you really don't know nearly as much as you think you do. And that's why we started our channels, is to give you guys a greater understanding. So maybe, now I'm going to quote Teddy Atlas now, maybe, just maybe, you'll complain a little bit less if you understand a lot more. And there it is. There it is. And guys, I'm sorry to eat up a lot of this show, but you guys have to understand where you stand in the big scheme of things, in your favorite pastime. Your decision to click and support these platforms, it dictates everything. Right? Do we have time for one more fact or fiction? One more?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
I got time,
well, here, this is some news, guys. And this is something that, once again, you're not going to know unless you're in this business. So here we go. I think I'm the first to actually call him out on this bullshit. Big Dan Rafael once again published bogus news. The fight with Ryan Garcia and Oscar Duarte will not take place in San Antonio, Texas on December 2nd. Fact or fiction?
Oh, man. Hey, that's man. Dan beat.
Well, it's a rhetorical prediction because I already know. I found out today that no, it's not going to be in San Antonio, Texas. But yes, it will be on December 2nd.
It's December 2nd. Yeah, the date's right. Yeah.
But it's not going to be in San Antonio. So once again, Big Dan, without the support of the ESPN platform, he doesn't get shit. That's not the guy that you need to go to turn to for news any longer. When he had ESPN behind him, oh yeah, everyone had to answer to Dan Rafael. He was ESPN. Now, when he has all of his clients on a mailer, shit. Do you think anyone gives him the time of day? James, you know how hard it is to be a beat writer and not have a big major platform supporting you? How hard is it to get guys to open up? It takes a long time to
A
build
long
that
time.
relationship.
Yeah, it does. It does. Like,
Yep.
I mean, it's been like recent. You know, I pretty much started this stuff. What has it been, about 8 years ago?
Almost a
But
decade.
it's
Yep.
been, yeah, almost a decade. But it's been recently, like three years since I've been able to go to these big events on a consistent basis.
And why is that? Because people trust your work now, and they trust your word,
Mm-hmm.
and they trust your consistent effort,
Mm-hmm.
and they love the product. Now, once again, you
Yep.
don't have to kiss their ass, and you don't, but you're
Oh.
fair and you're honest and you report the truth.
Yep.
You actually understand the difference in reporting and writing an editorial, something that no one knows about these days.
Well,
Like,
I
how
mean,
many
there's
times have
that,
you
and
heard?
then
Like, how
also,
many? I'm sorry. Go ahead, James. My apologies.
and then also, even even with me going through the proper channels, like, some folks go directly to, like, say for example, the fighters, but they will create controversy off of, you know, talking to the fighters or something like that. I don't necessarily do that. At
No,
least not for me directly. If it's
no.
anything,
Look,
it's going to come
yeah.
from the fighters,
Mm-hmm.
not for me.
Yeah, and you know what, man? And that's important because my brother Sugar, he doesn't. If you notice, he doesn't do interviews anymore because too many, quote unquote, new media outlets were taking something that he said and they were applying it to fit their bullshit narrative for their own benefit and just to make money, not including it in its proper context.
No, man.
And so I said, hey, Sugar, come on the show, man. Dude, we're brothers, man. You can trust me. You know what, Joseph? I know I can trust you, but you know what? I just don't want to open up any longer. I'm completely disheartened by these idiots who don't know the business and who will take anything I say out of context because I represent and work with a specific fighter. And it's a shame. Because I tell you what, he's Dimitri Salita. You mentioned him. That's his brother. They both met through Emmanuel, right? And in fact, Sugar used to train Dimitri Salita.
Yeah.
And he understands that, yeah, he's the best kept secret in boxing. Even still, he's an underrated trainer. He should be one of the elite. And with that said, I'm going to segue into this. At the Cosmopolitan on November 4th, Subriel Matias taking on, Shoshan Ergashev. Am I the only person on this earth who believes that Ergashev has not just a decent chance, a good chance of pulling off the upsets? Styles make fights. I think he has got the wheels. He's got the deep amateur pedigree. Now, keep in mind, guys, Subriel Matias already has a loss on his record. In my opinion, you're looking at a similar style, but at a higher level, taking him on in this title fight, November 4th. I love the chances of Ergashev pulling off the upset.
Oh, and that's additional news too. You know, there that it's going to be at the Cosmo.
I'm sorry, no one knew that yet.
Well,
they were originally targeting the Armory in Minneapolis.
Right.
Yeah, but they moved it to Vegas, and it's going to be at the Cosmo.
That's something. Oh, yeah. Speaking of that, like, you know, going down Las Vegas Boulevard, man, they're really putting up that stuff for that Formula One.
Yep.
And next to the Cosmo, you know how you have the Bellagio? You know how you have the fountains up for the Bellagio?
Yep.
You can't see them. They got a whole big thing
that's fear.
there for like the bleachers or whatever it is. You can't see it.
Well, I
like,
will say
wow.
this. I will say this, guys. For anyone who isn't interested in auto racing, NASCAR, that's a huge commodity and a huge moneymaker for Fox and the American market and the organization of NASCAR. But to everywhere else, to everyone else around the world, Formula One is the biggest auto racing product. That's the better machines, the better drivers, the more intricate courses. That's as high as it gets in auto racing. NASCAR is like their distant cousin twice removed, right? And that is strictly an American product with, the stock cars. You're talking about precision vehicles. That's the difference, guys. And so when we talk boxing, like things are just at a different level, right? With specific fighters and matchups. That's the same thing. Like most mainstream and casual fans, they don't know the difference. Well, look, one is just an elite level. The other one is, well, the minor leagues, basically. Even though it's a very popular pastime in America, but that's it, guys. And so what I'm asking all of you guys to do, if you truly love your pastime, your beloved boxing, next time a mainstream and casual fan chimes in on a conversation, do not belittle him or her. Take time out to explain things to them. Be the consummate ambassadors that we all need you to be. Promote your beloved boxing in a positive manner. Because I tell you what, speaking negatively about the sports and complaining about it all the time, don't think that that goes without a consequence negatively. Because it does. You guys are our front line. You talk to fans all the time, other fans, even mainstream fans. Educate them. Don't belittle them. James, am I right about that?
Yes, you are. That's the best way to teach them.
That's it. That's it. Oh boy. I tell you what, man. It almost feels like, James, when we're on these shows, it almost feels like an uphill battle sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, at times.
I'm not exaggerating. Like it's crazy.
Sure
it's crazy, right? Like we give you guys news, we break the news, and we give you insights regarding the business and how it's run. And yet, look at a guy, and I'm going to name drop. You look at a guy like Fannin, Showbiz the Adult. Those guys are doing a pile driver on our numbers. We need your help, guys. We need your help. Just like we need yours. Like you need ours, we need yours. This is a symbiont industry. Let's work together to create a much greater awareness about the truth of our beloved boxing. Not just bullshit poison like, oh, you know what? Fury's holding up the division. That's fucking garbage, dude. Oh, Al Heyman's a cancer for the sport. You know, Stephen Espinosa's a fucking weasel. Yeah, dude, that's bullshit. That's nonsense. And if he actually worked in this business and talked to those guys, he would understand that it's all bullshit.
Right, exactly.
So, final fact or fiction impromptu, James. And there's the last one, brother. Fact or fiction. Even though Fury, Ngannou, once again, even though Francis Ngannou doesn't know how to box, he will still put forth a greater effort than what Jermell Charlo did this past Saturday.
Oh, that's a fact. It's going to be to the level of the effort that Conor McGregor had against Floyd Mayweather in those first few rounds.
Yep.
He's going to make a fight of it and then we'll see what happens after round 4 or 5 if Ngannou still has enough juice.
Well, I tell you what, James, we've been on already for almost 90 minutes. We understand that you're a very busy man and you're just getting back to regular society after leaving that big party in Vegas. So would you like to give your parting shots? I'm going to stay on a little bit longer. You can if you want as well, because, two heads are better than one, obviously. And you're a brilliant one. You've got a brilliant mind and you understand this racket as well as anyone. So I'm going to give you that option, sir. But if you want to duck out and eat some more Chinese food or Taco Tuesday, hey, man, by all means, I just want to thank you for being a part of this show, even though Coach Ronnie wasn't here.
Oh, yeah, not a problem. Yeah, I'll continue on Taco Tuesday, but I give a big thanks to you, as always, Joseph, for, having me on here. Like I said, every Tuesday, big shout out to the folks in the chat that, support WAWR Radio Network. Be sure to hit the like button while you are here, to support the content of WAWR Radio Network. And, just be on the lookout for, more content from the Boxing Source, whether through the website or through, the YouTube channel.
Woo, woo, woo. Thank you, Big James. We love your work, man. And you're a credit to the business. You're a credit to the sport. Keep doing what you do, my friend. In the immortal words of Casey Kasem, keep reaching for the stars and keep your feet on the ground. Woo woo! Well, here it is before you leave. Real quick. Here it is. Although not as attractive on paper, fact or fiction, Benavidez versus Andrade on Showtime pay-per-view will prove to be much more entertaining than Canelo Charlo from top to bottom.
That's a fact. It's going to be similar to Benavidez versus Plant. How that ended up being entertaining there.
Great card. Great card.
So, and that was a great card too. So, yeah,
I tell you what, the latest addition to that I'm really looking forward to is Figueroa versus what's his name? Ray Vargas.
Oh yeah. That's definitely gonna be that's definitely be a good one. Regardless, they're definitely going to be scrapping it out for sure. Both of those guys are very active on offense, so you're definitely going to see a firefight with that.
And look, guys, Tom Brown knows what he's doing. He's got a great eye for talent, great eye for matchmaking. He's one of the best in this business. And understand that it doesn't look great on paper. Big Charlo versus Jose Jr. That doesn't look even remotely appealing to most diehard fans. But I promise you this, you're going to see a fight break out in that fight, a lot more so than you did this past Saturday. And I'm including Jesus Ramos versus Erickson Lubin as well. Once again, guys, I always strongly urge you guys to judge slowly. Let the fights play out. And then make your assessment. James, you have anything to add to that?
Nope, that's pretty much it. Here from this particular point, like I said, still winding down. I've been, kind of like on the move since before that.
I will say this though, man. At Planet Hollywood, next time, man, maybe don't invite the 5 or 6 honeys with bottle service up to your room. Maybe you won't have quite the hangover after the event. I'm just joshing, brother. I'm just joshing. But I will say this, though. I hope that you made the most of your weekend in Vegas. That's the adult playground, brother.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about that off the air.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Anyway, James, love you, brother. Thank you so much for always being a big part of this show.
Yeah, not a problem. As always, not a problem.
God bless you, my friend, and I look forward to seeing and reading all of your great work, man.
All right, got you. Catch you later.
Thank you, my friend.
Yep.
So I tell you what, guys, that was Big J.R. Bell from the Boxing Source. And I tell you what, man, he always does great work, guys. Please go support his channel on YouTube, as well as read his brilliant articles on theboxingsource.net. I will say this, though. Yeah, it's, guys, there's a lot of misconceptions. And it almost sorrows me. It's very somber, right, to bring this up. And I was in shock when I got a notification from YouTube the other day that since we've made this show, it's been 3 years, War Week Radio. And my objective to create this channel, and I thought, well, you know what, guys, I was very, very lucky when I first got in this business. I was lucky to be mentored by some of the most brilliant minds in the sport at the time. Don Chargan, my greatest influence and mentor. He taught me everything I know about the business. And honestly, I would have probably ducked out of the business a long time ago if it hadn't been for him, as well as Emmanuel Stewart, as well as James Gogi. And I'm like, you know what, man? These guys don't have the opportunity to pick the brains of these gentlemen. And they really don't understand. And this is probably why they complain so much. Because they didn't have the opportunity that I had to learn from these great men, well, who pretty much wrote the rules of boxing that we use today. And that's why I started this channel, to give you guys that opportunity to learn from the gentlemen who have been in this business for 40, 50 years. Coach Ronnie, 50 years. Coach Gogi, over 40 years. Rick Glazer, 32 years. And I'm the youngin' of the group. I've only been in this business for 20. But this is why I made this channel, guys. To give back to you guys so you guys would have the same opportunity I had to learn from the best. And I'll be honest, when I saw that 3-year mark, that 3-year milestone, I was actually shocked because it feels like a blur to when Gogi, Ronnie, and I first started this channel. And to be honest with you, I can't say that, and I'll be honest, Gogi, he doesn't know if he wants to do the show anymore after this year. Because he says, in his own words, it's not worth his time if the numbers continue this way. Because he's only doing it for you guys. And he's looking at other channels that don't provide nearly, like, a fraction of the content that he provides. And yeah, he's getting a bit disheartened, as I am as well. And I can't make sense of it because we're all in this business and we actually provide the truth on this channel, not just bullshit narratives and agendas that are concocted by someone who's just sitting on their fucking couch and not actually a working participant of this business. It will never make sense to me. So guys, we need your help. Please promote the channel. We can't do it without you. Please promote the channel and please share it. And please let everyone know that, well, Coach Gogi is, without a doubt, since the passing of the great Emmanuel Stewart, God rest his soul, he has the best set of eyes in this business. Ronnie, one of the best people, period, that you will ever talk to in this business. And I can tell you with great certainty, Coach Ronnie, most people in this racket are not as kind and as agreeable as he is. Now, once again, they're not making money off of this channel. They're doing this for you guys. But if we don't increase our numbers substantially over the next 6 months, I can tell you for a fact that we probably will shut down the business, the whatever it is, the channel, and we'll focus on just what we were doing before this. We'll be fine. And you know what? I really will miss hanging out with all of you guys who have become a big part of my life. And I love this. And it's so much fun to interact with all of you guys. But I can tell you with great certainty, without Gogi and without Ronnie, I really don't know if I want to do this anymore. Those guys are my brothers. And they're a huge reason why I'm even still in this business. And I hope over the last 3 years, you've really gotten to know both gentlemen, as well as myself, as I've come to know all of you guys. So please help us increase the numbers so we can continue programming and giving back to you guys. And once again, my goal was to give you guys the same opportunities that I had when I was coming up in this business. I mean, guys, I've learned so much from the great men and people a part of this business. And I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now if it weren't for them. So please share the channel. Talk about the channel. Unfortunately, it's the best kept secret on YouTube. But, you know, James Gogi and Ronnie Shields, they deserve a lot better. And I feel, and I'm just being honest with all of you guys, I feel like I'm really letting them down because they are as good as it gets. James Gogi, he far surpasses the guys like Teddy Atlas, who had the benefit of ESPN, and he's in the Hall of Fame right now. Gogi gives you a much better product and a much better assessment and analysis than he could ever dream of having. Ronnie Shields, like I said, very few trainers today will take out a year of their schedule. And I'll be honest with you guys. There's a reason, and I'm going to share it with you guys because you've been hanging with me for the past couple minutes since James has been off the show. I'll be honest with you. And I will give you the reason why Ronnie didn't want to do the show tonight. Even though he's still not training Jermell Charlo, he's still very close with both brothers. Obviously, he's still training Jermell. And he loves them both like they're his own sons. And he said, you know what, Joseph, watching that fight, and I'll tell you this off the air, man, but I really don't have anything positive to say about that performance or that event. And I said, I was thinking about that also, brother, and I was actually dreading talking to you about this. I said, you know what? I would really appreciate it if you didn't put me in that position to grill you about that fight, understanding how close you are to that situation. And I said, I tell you what, we won't talk about it. Just take the week off, come back next Tuesday, and we'll talk about something else. And that's why he didn't want to come on tonight. Because once again, he loves these kids. And he's been training them since they were 14 and amateurs in Willie Savannah's gym in Houston, Texas. That's how long he's known them, and that's how much he cares about them. He didn't want to say anything publicly to, have a negative stain and a negative reaction or a negative perception. He loves these guys. And as you know, Real Boxing with Ronnie Shields is the only show in which I am admittedly slanted. In my opinion, it would be like me being a Cowboy fan and hosting the Dallas Cowboy Weekly or the Mike McCarthy Show. I would not be an unbiased journalist for that segment or that show any further. I would be a cheerleader and a pom-pom waver. And that's what I am on Real Boxing with Coach Ronnie Shields. So just understand that I will give you my opinion and I will tell you guys the truth as I see it. or from what I understand within this business and who I've spoken to. But that changes when Ronnie Shields is on the show. This is like the old Tom Landry show. If you're a Cowboy fan and you used to watch it back in the day when we were kids, right? So to me, that's the only show where you'll see me noticeably slanted and biased. Everything else, though, I only show favoritism and prejudice for one thing exclusively. If it's good for the health of the sport, I will support it and I will endorse it wholeheartedly and outspokenly. But if it's negative for the health of the sport, if it's bad for it, I will condemn it to my last dying breath wholeheartedly and outspokenly. Those are the only biases that I have outside of Real Boxing with Coach Ronnie Shields. I don't have a dog in the hunt, right? I don't answer or get paid by PBC or Top Rank or Matchroom or Queensbury or Golden Boy. I used to, not anymore. I work in Texas exclusively now, and I do quite well. And I absolutely love the interaction with all the mainstream fans. They genuinely care about these fighters, and they want to love these fighters. That's what's missing from the diehard fans of the sport. There's been, since the advent of social media, there's been a detachment where when I first started going to the events as a fan, fans would be in awe of these great fighters and trainers that they would see only on Showtime and HBO back in the day. Now, what happened to that kind of reverence and that respect? Guys, this is still the same pastime. You guys are the real bosses. Lead by example. This is a beautiful sport if you treat it that way again. Anyway, that's the last thing I wanted to actually share with you guys on tonight's program. And like I said, I've been thinking about this a lot, guys. But yeah, if we don't, I feel like I'm really disappointing James Gogi and Ronnie Shields because my platform isn't growing nearly as big and as quickly as that I hoped it would. Yeah, so if you guys could help me continue with this program, and I feel like I'm on PBS now, right? But guys, yeah, I'm just being honest. I don't think we're going to continue past 6 months from now if we don't get these numbers up. And I really, really love the interaction with all of you guys. And I feel like you guys have become my friends and my family, right? If I'm not dealing with psycho girlfriends, yeah, I'm just sharing the air with all of you guys. With that said, let's go through our cast, our roster tonight. My brother G Funky. Thank you for always being here, my friend. And thank you for being a part of this platform. You're an integral part of it now. And I will say this in truth. Every show that we do together is a lot of fun for me. It's a real joy. And it's one of the few shows where I get to act like myself. And I get to be completely honest about everything. You know, it's funny. And I will say this, and this is a testament to you, G. You're such an affable guy, and it's so easy to talk to you on the air. Like, if you notice, before you started contributing to Warwick Radio, being a part of the team, do you notice I rarely did voices like I do now? I didn't do my impressions the way I used to. And now I've started doing them because I feel like I can be myself once again. And that's a testament to your work ethic and what an affable, good guy you are. So thank you, man, for being part of the team. And I look forward to working with you in the future, my friend, even if it's off YouTube. You're going to be a credit to the boxing business if you continue to pursue being a part of this symbiont industry. You're going to be a really great addition to it, as you already are. So thank you, man, for being a part of this effort. Also want to welcome Boxing Numero Uno. Salute there, Whispers. It's Benavides next. 160 Charlo will not bring out the casuals. I had to explain to people there are 2 Charlos. I will say this, though. Do you remember when everyone like Steve Kim were calling Little Charlo an upgrade from Maul? I said, motherfucker, you are out your mind. Regardless of what you think of Jamal. Yeah, he would have put forth a more competitive effort against Canelo. Even after the 2-year absence. Do you remember that? I was saying, guys, this is not an upgrade. And you guys are going to see that when the fight plays out. The difference in size, the difference in power, the difference in, well, and once again, it was a shock to the system. And as soon as he felt that explosive power of Canelo Alvarez on Saturday, yeah, he made that silent agreement with himself as early as the 2nd or 3rd round. And he just wasn't willing to take any chances. It was almost as bad and as reminiscent of Lucien Bute versus, oh my gosh, his name eludes me now. The other Canadian, Haitian Canadian, lives in Montreal as well. Jean Pascal. Do you remember how Lucien Bute just knew early on that he wasn't going to win that fight? He couldn't deal with the power. He couldn't match power with Jean Pascal, all roided up and shit. Yeah, he packed it in and just went in survival mode. And it was a dreadful event and a dreadful fight. Guys, that's what we saw on Saturday. Someone who made that silent agreement with himself and packed it in early. Even after a $5 million payday, he's still justified packing it in and robbing fans, the real bosses of boxing, of some high drama. Guys, that's why we watch. And ultimately, that's why they charge $85 for events like this. And it just did not deliver. If you want to, and if you're a fighter, and if you want to make that kind of bread, you have to be willing to leave it all in the ring, not in the gym. G Funky says this. Charlo got his golden ticket and pulled to Hollywood Hogan and said, "You fans can stick it, brother." Yeah, he sure did. He sure did without saying so. I would have had a lot more respect for him if he actually just came out and said it. Instead, what did he say? Oh, I didn't get knocked out like the rest of everybody. I will say this though, because now I'm actually speaking candidly and hanging with all of you guys, my extended WAWR Radio family, my dear friends on the internet. I'm going to drop the link. If you guys are interested, if you guys have your headphones, it's only 9 o'clock here in Texas. So I'll be willing to hang on here for another hour or so if you guys want to let me know what you guys think. And once again, this is why I love WAWR Radio chats, because I get to really tell you how I truly feel about things. And I get to understand and listen how you guys feel. And I'll be willing to address anything that you guys have questions about. And it's only Tuesday, guys, and I apologize that I wasn't there with G Funky to host the Rick Glazier show, right? Real talk with Rick Glazier. And I have serious remorse for that. But just to let you know what it is, a little bit of what I do. Yeah, I will get sponsorship for these shows to not only be a part of the event on fight night, but to host the press conference, as well as the weigh-in, as well as sponsorship for these individual fighters. And I work really hard at that. And it's fun to make every fighter in every event be a part of a community. And that's exactly what you guys are. You guys are this passionate, diehard community. But it gets lost in the sauce if you guys are consistently negative about it. Guys, talk about the great stuff. Talk about the positives. Talk about the silver linings, like I brought up this afternoon or this evening. The silver lining that came out of this debacle called Canelo versus Charlo is that more than likely we're going to be getting Benavidez as a result. That's a great thing, guys. Win-win. Now, who knows how it's going to play out? But who cares? They're getting in the ring. Just like Crawford Spence. Who knows how it would have played out? Most people didn't, except for James Gogi and my brother Ryan on Boxing Gems. Please go subscribe to him as well if you haven't already. But most people couldn't fathom it being a one-sided ass stopping like that. And hey, that's why we watch, guys. It truly is a theater of the unexpected. And we see real life, man-to-man, unscripted drama when boxing is feature the best fighting the best. And it is truly, without a doubt, the best pastime on the earth. When you pair the best versus the best. Neither man wants to concede, and neither man can imagine losing to this guy. And when boxing is good, boy, it is the best, without a doubt. Welcome to the show, sir. Team Batman Boxing. He says, watch Charlo and the people saying it was a close fight going suddenly gave no credit when a man pitched a shutout. Last I checked, Charlo didn't have a life-changing car crash. Well, that's kind of unfair, right? Look, and we told you this, guys. Even though the style matchup was a very intriguing one, it proved to be, the variable just proved to be too overwhelming for Jermell. And I think that I addressed that last week on my show with Rodney Green. We went over all the intangibles, and we didn't get to go over them, all of them, with Gogi or Ronnie or Rick. And we went over all of them with Rodney. And he said, yeah, it's going to take a Herculean effort to beat Canelo Alvarez with all of that stacked against him. Yeah, he was right. So, once again, no one is taking any credit away from Canelo. And once again, it's not his fault directly that Jermell decided, well, this is a little bit too much, and it's beyond my pay grade, even though it's $5 million. I'm just going to, just play it safe, shoot for par, and hope for the best. But guys, like I said, fans tune in because they want to see something special. This isn't a game. You don't play boxing like you do other sports. You play basketball, you play baseball, you play football. You do not play boxing. And that's why we watch. We want to see that theater of the unexpected unfold before our very eyes. We want to be inspired, but that only happens when both men are willing to leave it all in the ring and refuse to say no, refuse to concede, no matter how great this guy may be, no matter how confident this guy may be. Well, guess what? I'm gonna make him doubt himself, and I'm gonna prove that I belong. Well, Jermell got that opportunity, and he failed miserably. And once again, he thought he had a pass because he was moving up 2 weight divisions. But I'm sorry, brother. For $5 million Rock and for an $85 price point on pay-per-view, people expect greatness. And if you come up short, hey, at least you put forth your most gallant and inspired effort. At least you didn't leave anything in the gym. And at least you didn't leave anything to question. You let it all hang out. And for that, you deserve everyone's respect. But after this, now, guys, I asked you this. When is the last time you've seen any participant on this level pack it in and make that silent agreement with himself and choose to play it safe. Now I'm talking about the main event now. When's the last time you've seen that on this level? I can't remember. It was so shocking to me. I can't remember. I can't remember anyone doing this on this level. Now, maybe he was just overmatched. But you know what? He did his best in prior years. Everyone. And they either got dominated or got knocked out. But this is why you train. This is why you do what you do, to get to this level and to mentally take the night off. That's not acceptable, guys. You're in the wrong line of work then, brother. Even if you're having a bad day and fighting through an injury that you don't want to tell anyone about, you fight through it. You fight through it. And you earn your respect the hard way. I can tell you this, Terrence Crawford, that's how he earned his bones in this business. When no major promoter in America wanted to give Terrence Crawford the time of day, he was forced to sign with Cameron Duncan and Chris Mittendorf. Victory Promotions. Guys, have you ever heard of Victory Promotions? Most people haven't. That was the only promoter who was, without TV dates, they were willing to give Terrence Crawford the time of day. He was thankful for it. Right? And he said, you know what? If I have to prove my mettle the hard way, guess what? I'm going to, because it's inevitable. I know I'm that good. And I know I've got that potential. And as long as I continue to live right and do things the right way, it's going to pay off. I have no problem investing in myself. It worked. And I can tell you with great certainty after talking with Bruce Trampler, Brad Goodman, Bob Arum, they said, you know what? Terrence, he earned his bones in this business the hard way. He never turned down an assignment. Ever. Ever. He was a real joy to work with. Well, up until COVID, right? But anyway, guys, I could have an entire show based on that. I want to thank Alden Johnson for tuning in, joining us today. He says, salute to War Week Radio in the chat. Canelo needs to fight the winner of Benavidez versus Boo Boo, no matter what has to be. No matter what. Has to be at 168-pound fighter. Charlo needs to fight Tim Tszyu, get that belt back. Fight Bud. Look, here's the problem with Bud Crawford and with the business changing. In my opinion, in order for that fight to take place now, Crawford's a free agent, and Canelo right now, without any kind of licensing fee paid from platform or from Paramount Plus and CBS this moving forward, right? They would probably be better off going and trying to sell that fight to DAZN or ESPN. Because, yeah, they want that big guarantee, and why shouldn't they? They're two of the biggest attractions in North America. And I will say this, guys, that's the real reason. I really haven't wanted to talk about this. But, guys, that's the real reason why Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence more than likely will not happen, the rematch. Because Showtime doesn't, they're ducking out of the boxing business. There is not going to be any more Showtime. Who's going to honor that contract? And once again, Steven, in his infinite wisdom, worded it that way purposely. Right? Always looking out for the interest of the networks. Right? And someone has to. And I will say this, to improve our beloved boxing, everyone has to be looking out for the interest, network interest. Or else what happens? Well, we lose TV dates, and the sport that we know now will cease to exist in the near future if we don't start supporting these platforms. I couldn't care less if you buy a pay-per-view, right? In fact, I encourage everyone, look, if you're not happy with the product and it's on a pay-per-view revenue stream, yeah, man, if it's not right, just like Haney Progrise isn't, yeah, you're like, good, look, guys, Benavidez, Andre, it's not on pay-per-view because the demand is that high. It's on pay-per-view out of necessity to try and recoup some of the huge purses that these idiots are asking for. That's the only reason why Haney Progrise is on pay-per-view, and that's the only reason why Benavidez Andrade is on pay-per-view. And in my opinion, they're doing their careers long-term a huge disservice. That's pretty much guaranteeing that no one's going to see the fight. And because why? Because most mainstream and casual fans don't know anything about these guys. And the only time you should put an event on pay-per-view is when they are a mainstream attraction and a big-time draw. So that means when a fighter gets to that point, you've already done your job successfully. You supported him when he was fighting, well, mid-level fighters in his division, respectively, right? And you still watched. You still told people about him. You did your job. But somewhere along the way, you didn't think there was going to be any consequence in not supporting the Showtime platform. I can tell you this, and I'm guilty of this one right here. I ended my DAZN subscription. When you look at the year they've been having, and yeah, it's unfortunate. It's impossible to justify paying $25 a month. But I will say this, that's not good for the health of the sport. So, guys, subscribe to ESPN Plus. Subscribe to DAZN. I'm going to start doing that tomorrow. Subscribe to Paramount Plus now. Showtime, Paramount Plus, CBS. Show them that you actually want to see the sport thrive and be successful. But, and once again, the biggest problems in this business today, everyone is united. This is a consensus. Everyone recognizes this. Two biggest problems in boxing right now, our beloved boxing. One, piracy. Killing the sport. And you know what's killing all entertainment platforms? And no one's figured out what to do about it. And so it's why you see the Rolling Stones just announcing, hey, we're still touring, even though we shouldn't be anywhere near a stage. Yeah. They're having to do that out of necessity because they can't make residual income off of their intellectual property any further. Guys, that's what you're seeing now. It affects the entire business, guys. Once again, when a fighter gets to the level where he is a mainstream star, you've already done your job. You don't have to purchase a pay-per-view. Kudos to you, man, for making it happen. But at the nurturing period, at the cultivation period, you guys have to subscribe and tune in. So what's the consequence if you don't? Well, say goodbye to Showtime, Showbox. Who's next on the chopping block? Who's next? Because I guarantee you it won't get any better if you guys don't financially support the product. And no, I'm not saying you have to purchase every pay-per-view. Quite the contrary. Just tune in when they have the regular subscriber dates. I can't stress how important that is to the health of your favorite sport. Team Batman Boxing. Look, I commend you for being a great fan and for loyally supporting Canelo. But honestly, you're barking up the wrong tree, Batman, on this channel. We don't have any skin in the game. we don't have any favoritism regarding one fighter over another. May the best man win. And we see things a lot more clearly as a result. I'll give you a lesson that Emmanuel Stewart once taught me, and said, you know, Joseph, if you're going to be writing and covering these events, if you're going to be doing commentary for us, please don't make predictions on some of these matchups. You know, and if you do want to make a prediction just for your audience, you know, just flip a coin and determine it that way. But if you make a prediction, more often than not, scribes, commentators, pundits, they'll always want to be right. And their ego will get in the way of them seeing the assessment correctly, how a fight plays out naturally. That will influence how they perceive the fight. So once again, on this channel, we're fans of every fighter. Now, we may not agree with some of their business decisions, and promoters and networks as well. But when it comes to activity in the squared circle, we've got no dog in the hunt. We have respect for everyone who decides to lace up the gloves, put the gum shield on, and take punishment for our entertainment. That's it. So Batman goes on to say, Canelo 64 fights, never hit the canvas, and has beat more champions than anyone else active in boxing. Crazy numbers and too many records and stats to mention. Legend, Canelo. You know what? With that said, he is definitely one of the best of this generation, and you can't take that away from him, that he is the only Mexican fighter to become champion in 4 different weight divisions. Guys, it's my pleasure to introduce my brother at this time. Big supporter of his channel. Guys, please go subscribe if you haven't already to my brother, Electro Jed. How you doing, my friend?
Oh my God, it's been way too long. I haven't talked to you in a while. How you doing?
Yes, sir. How have you been, man?
Been doing okay. Been doing okay. Just
you sound good.
Been doing my thing, working on the house, and I haven't been doing stuff on my channel too much unless it's a big fight, you know. And of course, when the big fights come on, I got to do something. But
of course,
other than that, you know, just
well, look, I will say this, CJ, and this is one thing I've always respected about you and your efforts. You're a fan of boxing, and you love the business or the sport of boxing first and foremost.
Yes.
And I can't imagine you ever supporting and pandering an audience when you don't believe in the cause.
No.
Like, I've seen other channels doing about facing change their format because they will endorse a narrative that produces greater numbers.
No.
And they'll completely shift gears and go against what they believe and what they professed in the past just to appease and pander to a greater audience.
Yeah, no,
and that's one thing I'll respect. I wholeheartedly respect about you.
I appreciate you saying that because you know I don't play that game. And
of course, brother.
Yeah, no, I can't.
So I just wanted to create an example and show an example that, you know what, there are a lot of channels that do it for their love of the business, love of the sport. Right? We're not the only ones. But yeah, I can't stand these channels that wouldn't know shit from Shinola and don't even sound like real fans of boxing at the end of the day. Like guys who are hoping for the demise of one platform over another. That is horseshit. And you know, that's so stupid, weird. Like, it's insane. And can you really call yourself a fan of boxing if you profess that kind of nonsense?
I can't promote somebody that promotes dissension amongst the ranks of boxing fans. Now, I understand when you have fans of a particular fighter. No, I got no problem with that. But when you go to the deep end and you get emotional about it, and you delve into the realms of hatred for anyone that doesn't like your boxer the way you do, it's a bit far.
Well, I will say this, CJ. You know, that's a part of the game. It's just like you look at the NFL. When the 49ers play the Cowboys next week, and it's Thursday, it's going to be in 2 days, right?
Right.
Man, I hate the 49er franchise. I hate them. I hate their fans. I hate the colors. I hate everything about them. You know what? It's part of the game. And it's a necessary part of the success of any league or pastime. So I don't have a problem that what I will though shut down immediately is when an avid, emotionally invested fight fan starts to try and argue with me, understanding that their scope is a little blurry because they obviously have a favorite.
Yeah, they have a vested interest.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Because
the fact that they have an interest and a preferred a preference, that's a great thing for the health of the sport. We need more fans like that.
Right.
More that invest their time, money, effort in just tuning in and supporting these gallant fighters. But stay in your lane.
I
don't have that problem, dude.
I'm just gonna say it outright. I gotta say, 75% of these boxers that are all emotionally invested in a specific, I bet all my money, and mind you, I have quite a bit invested in I bet all my money.
I know what you're gonna say.
A boxing match.
Yep.
I bet that they haven't paid for a pay-per-view. I bet that they stream every weekend without paying for this. Me, if I'm not into the and I say it all the time, if I am not interested in the boxing match, I'm not gonna buy it. But if it's a boxer that I like I like Frank Sanchez, I'm gonna pay for anything that he's in.
Or if it's a matchup that you've been asking to see,
exactly,
yeah, you're gonna financially support it. Like you actually flew out, you traveled to the MGM Grand because you said, look, if and you told me this long before it was made. You said, look, if Lomachenko and Haney, if they finally make it across that finish line and actually fight, I want to be there live to see it.
Yep.
And you saw a great one, brother. You weren't disappointed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, Katie and I were thoroughly sad. I mean, we weren't satisfied with the outcome, but it is what it is. We saw an historic match.
Yep.
We went to the MGM Grand, which in itself is historic because
there's not a bad seat in the house, brother. Yep. You know, that was a venue originally made for boxing. It was made for Mike Tyson.
Yes. Great. Man, there's not a bad seat in that entire venue.
So I tell you what, EJ, while you're here and while I'm lucky enough to share the air with you, my friend, and it is indeed a pleasure every time you come on the show. And I mean that in all sincerity. And I love chopping it up with you, my friend. So if you could please help me address and say hello to our extended War Week Radio family. And I want to get your thoughts on some of the comments, okay?
Sure thing.
Thank you, my friend. My brother Outlaw, always the glass half full or a half empty guy in jest, right? And I know he's a great fan of boxing, but he likes to give everyone a hard time, and that's his charm, right? So he says, Outlaw says, yeah, Charlo just showed up for a paycheck. Is that impossible to refute at this point?
No, look, this was my outlook on the fight. First of all, Charlo did a lot better than I expected him to. I expected the fight to be over by round 9. To be completely honest, I thought the fight would be over.
Well, and you know, it I don't doubt it for a second that would have been the outcome if he hadn't packed it in and just tried to survive.
And yes. Once he felt Canelo's power, he was in defensive mode after that. There was no denying that. All right, but all right, he wasn't on his fucking. I can't stand when people say he was on the bike. No, this is how come I said he's better boxer than I gave him credit for. It's not that he was on his bike. Yes, he was on the back foot, but he had good footwork. But Canelo had better footwork because Canelo was in his face the whole time. And that's what I liked about what Canelo did, because I'm not a Canelo fan. But the fight, all in all, was entertaining. Was it one of the best fights of the year? Hell no. But was it a good fight?
Far from it, brother. Well, look. And this is, I'll bring this up. Team Batman Boxing. And you're very insightful, but I can tell just by reading comments. And this is allowed, guys. Once again, and we encourage fans to, once again, wave your banners. If you're feeling it for a specific fighter, be proud of that shit, man. We need more guys of you. We need more of your kind to bring boxing back from the brink of disaster, destruction. We need more of you, Batman Boxing. So don't let anyone ever tell you anything different, but you are the real bosses of boxing. You guys, the ones that really get up for these assignments, these big fights. Okay? And he says this, Canelo looked very sharp, probably his best performance since Callum Smith fights, and controlled every moment in both of those fights. I will say this, though. I was more impressed with a really crafty, undefeated southpaw like Billy Joe Saunders, who does everything he can to disrupt your rhythm and spoil your boxing, your strategy. That's what he thrives off of. And he did a really good job. I mean, Billy Joe Saunders, he showed up to win. And he was having success until he wasn't. And once again, Canelo, his understanding of distance, timing, range is why he's where he's at right now. He timed that beautiful uppercut, man, and just cracked him right in his eye. And that was all she wrote. And you know what? Canelo doesn't give up. He doesn't get discouraged. He doesn't stop. He will try to figure you out for all 12 rounds. And he thinks, you know what? I'm well-versed enough. I'm versatile enough where I'm going to figure him out. And I'm going to time him with a shot that he's not going to be able to recover from.
Yep.
He is brimming with confidence. And you know what? Like him or not, he's one of the best of this era. By far. And he's an all-time great Mexican fighter. Yep.
And that's the thing that bothers me. I don't know why people don't want to give this man his flowers. I'm not a Canelo fan. I'm a fight fan.
Well, look, EJ, I will answer that, and you already know. Look, yeah. EJ, if you're bringing this up, you already know the answer, brother. It's his fans that you don't like. They're obnoxious. Well, not Team Batman, right? He's a great fan, and once again, he's very fair, and he likes to have a greater understanding of the business. That's probably why he's on this channel as well as G Funky's.
Right.
Because we're both very unbiased. And we don't have any skin in the game. We just love boxing. And our only sense of favoritism is what's good and bad for the health of the sport. And I explained that early in the show. But most Canelo fans admit it. They're not as sensible or as rational as Team Batman Boxing, are they?
I got to agree with that. I know Team Batman Boxing for a minute. He comes to my room and he's a solid level.
He's an intelligent and insightful fan.
Yeah.
And he may feel an emotional attachment to specific fighters, but he never leaves that realm of reality. I can't say that for a huge percentage of Canelo fans.
I gotta try to be objective when I see fights, even with fighters I like. I try to be as objective as possible, and especially with Canelo and his performance. Now, one thing I noticed about the performance this time is that he didn't tire out. Do you guys realize that he didn't sit down for most of the times that he was in the corner? He didn't sit down.
Yeah. And once again, he wanted to send that message. He wanted
to send that message.
And that's ultimately why he moved his training camp to Lake Tahoe.
The altitude. Like if he went to Lake Tahoe, or if he went to Denver, or if he went to Albuquerque, he would have got that same. It's just that being a mile high, it's so the air is so thin. It's a workout just to walk.
That's it.
to run.
Like guys, I'll never forget the first time I covered an event in Denver, Colorado. Holy shit. Dude, I was just walking around, like in between articles that I was writing. I was writing for like 3 different publications at that time. The first event I ever covered in Denver. I went out just to take a break, and I was out of breath just walking. It was a shock to my system. And so what this should tell everyone, whether you like Canelo or not, you can love him, you can hate him. But damn it, you better respect him, because he's sending a message to the entire world that he is not packing it in just yet. He's not ready to retire. And he moved his training facility to a high altitude, understanding that, look, I'm not a young man anymore. I need a better regimen to prepare me for the toughest imaginable 12-round fight.
Yep.
And I'm not going to gas anymore. I'm not going to fight in spurts any longer. I'm in it for all 3 minutes of every round. And this tells you that Canelo is not ready to go out. What's that Robert Frost poem? He's not ready to go silent into the night, right?
Into that lonely night. Yeah.
Into that, yeah. He's not ready to pack it in. He still believes he is the best. And dude, look, you may not like him, but he's a winner. This is a guy who wins.
Exactly.
This is a guy who is, when he sets his mind on something, a la Bernard Hopkins, a la Sugar Ray Leonard, a la Terrence Crawford, when he puts his mind to accomplishing something, he does it. He does it. You can't take that away from him. He's a winner, right? At every level. When he sets his mind on accomplishing a goal, he's done it. And so, you know what? When he says something, you've got to take that seriously. And so, you know what? Credit to him, man, for still remaining one of the big cash cows of the sport. I will say this. I'm going to be very sad when he does retire, not because I'm a huge fan of Canelo. That's neither here nor there, but because he is great for the health of the sport.
Yeah, I just worry about who's going to be the next face of boxing, because, to be completely honest, Canelo has done a good job being the face of boxing. He has a work ethic second to none. He's an entertaining fighter. He has put out the biggest fights that we've seen in this generation. He's been part of the biggest fights of this generation.
Yep.
You know, or some of the biggest fights. And you just can't like disavow that. You have to.
Yeah. You know what? That's a great point, TJ, because most people don't mention this. But since Mayweather-Pacquiao pretty much retired after their meeting. Now, Pacquiao hung around the sport a little bit longer, but he didn't have that same juice. Let's just face it. He wasn't the same guy either. And he definitely didn't have that perception among the real bosses of boxing at that point. I think Canelo has done a great job carrying the mantle of being the breadwinner, being the biggest attraction in the sport. I think he's done a very good job. Once again, and since when HBO ducked out of the business, it was like, okay, so where am I going to fight? Where's our next fight? Yeah, Golden Boy signed that deal with DAZN. Guess what? He remained the biggest draw in America. That he is so good for the health of the sport.
Exactly.
And we need more fighters like Canelo.
That's why you guys got to look out when you see this isn't the importance of being a boxing fan and yes, be a fan of a particular boxer, no problem.
Yep.
But you need to seek and look out who's out there representing the sport of boxing. You have to look at your newies. You have to look at your heavyweights that are out there, the new and upcoming heavyweights. They're showing some work ethic. The new
you know, and I will say this, CJ, and I will say this: Team Batman Boxing, he does do that, but it's such a strange phenomenon, and I learned this the hard way when I was doing publicist work for a lot of fighters, a lot of deserving, hardworking fighters that put that time in, They put forth that blood, sweat, and tears and everything they did. They did this because they were passionate about their own skill set as well as the sport. And I found this out the hard way. There is no rhyme or reason why someone attaches themselves to a specific fighter and not another one. And if you ask them, well, why do you favor this fighter over? Well, I just do. He's awesome, man. I love that guy. And it just is what it is. It's exactly like music. Like, what's your favorite band, EJ? Can you hear me, brother?
Sorry, yeah. Favorite band by far is AC/DC.
AC/DC. Holy shit. I love AC/DC.
Yeah,
Right? And so why do you favor AC/DC over, let's see, another pioneer of metal? Iron Maiden. Why do you favor AC/DC over Iron Maiden?
Well, because
you do. Because you do. And you know what? That's a good enough answer.
No, the answer to me is that AC/DC represents my generation. Maybe me being a 60s, a child from the 60s and 70s, AC/DC represents me. That's my idea.
Well, I tell you what, to help us further this community or this discussion about music and how it ties in with boxing and fan perception, guys, it's my pleasure to introduce the boss, G Funky Boxing, also a musician.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
I tell you what, the show just got upgraded to first class now that you're here with EJ, man. Thank you, guys. Once again, I'm with heavy heart, man, because it's only Tuesday, boy, and G Funky, and it's already been one hell of a week for me.
Yeah. Reminds me of Cheech and Chong's next movie, I think, when we're driving in the T-Bird and he goes, it's my 5th time late this week and it's only Tuesday.
Woo! I tell you what, man, Cheech and Chong. Now, if you're talking about your generation, EJ, and you're talking about your love for AC/DC, you had to have an affinity for Cheech and Chong back then, right?
Most definitely. I don't
know.
My age that does it.
Yeah, man. Do you remember Dave on the vinyl? And I still have it. Cheech and Chong's greatest hit.
Yeah.
Right? Not greatest hits, greatest hit.
Yeah,
right?
No, I got
a picture of a big joint on the cover. And do you remember Dave? Oh, is it? Hey man, it's me, Dave. Man, I got the stuff. I think the cops called me. Something come in here though, man. Open up. Oh shit, man. Who is it? Man, it's me, Dave, man. Open up, dude. I got the stuff, man, but I think the cops saw me coming here. Who? Dave, man. It's me, Dave. Open up the door, man. Dave? Yeah, man. It's me, Dave, dude. Open up, man.
You know that thing.
Dave's not here. Woo! Dude, you know what? I love all of those skits, man, that Cheech and Chong used to come up with. And just a testament to how brilliant they were together.
Yes.
Now apart, yeah, you can't say that, right? As much respect as I have for Tommy Chong as well as Cheech Marin, yeah, they're not the same, are they? When they're apart, but together, that was something special, brother.
That was a duo. That's like Jerry Lewis and
Dean Martin.
Lewis
and Martin. Yep, yeah, Lewis and Martin.
You split them apart, and it's a different thing.
It's not the same. Not the same. Not even
Martin
close.
Lewis.
Martin and Lewis. Amos and Andy. Dude, that's great writing, man. And so once again, going back to music, once again, it's your personal taste and preference. You can't shit on somebody for having their own personal taste and preference.
Absolutely.
And once again, it's a credit to the business. Musically, in terms of motion pictures, in terms of boxing, that's their right. And you know what? Wave your fucking flags, man. Wave your banners, wave your pennants, wear the colors. That's great. But don't argue with guys, though, man, who are in this business and who don't have a dog in the hunt because they ultimately see things more clearly than fans do.
You mind if I use an analogy? So
Let's hear it.
Here's the thing. This is a personal experience. I was watching one of my favorite fighters fight. Nonito Donaire.
Nonito Donaire.
When he was fighting Santiago. All right?
I love Nonito.
I love Nonito. Right? I love him. And throughout the whole fight, I always say, Nonito, what are you doing? You got to do this. I made a video. I did my reaction video to it, right? And you can see my love for this boxer. But then you can see my love for boxing more because, I kept saying, Nonito, why are you letting him hit? You got to put the guard up. You got to do this. You got to do that.
Yeah.
But then when I knew that Nonito was losing the fight, when it came to the judging, I said, the first thing I said, do not steal this from Santiago.
Yeah.
He beat Nonito fair and square. And when they gave me when they gave Santiago the win, I automatically went to Rachel Donaire's IG, said, "I'm sorry. I'm one of my heroes. He is one of my heroes, and I hope he's well. Hope you're all happy and healthy. Thank God he walked away, but I'm sorry for the loss." Bam.
Yeah. You know what? Nonito immediately following the fight. I actually texted Nonito, and I said, "Hey, brother, that was." I said, "I love you, man, and I've been covering your career ever since you turned pro. Like even before the Victor Arsenian fight, I was telling everyone that there was a very good chance of an upset tonight. Watch." And you know what? He and Rachel are two of the best people, regardless of what Rick Glazer says. And he's a dear friend of mine as well. But Nonito and Rachel are two of the best people that you will ever meet in this business. And admittedly, most people aren't as honest and as kind as Nonito and Rachel. They're two of my favorite people in this business. And so I messaged Nonito immediately following the fight. Brother, I have to admit, watching that tonight was like staring at the sun. It was physically painful. And knowing that you could have gotten this guy out of here within 5 rounds just 5 years ago. And I said, I've loved your entire career and I've followed every fight, but it's time. I look forward to you being one of the elite trainers of this boxing business for the next several decades. But it's time. It's time, brother.
Yeah, that's great.
And you know, it pained me to just tell that to Nonito because once again, and I'll be honest with you, man. I'll be honest. And you know me, dude. I don't have any filter to a fault, right? And that's probably cost me some much bigger gigs in this business. But I'll be honest, and Nonito even knows this. Because I even told him. When I first got in this business, and they were youngins as well. I'd been in this business for maybe 5 years, and then they started getting these assignments. And I first met Rachel and Nonito in an event. I can't remember if it was in Vegas or it was in San Antonio, or I can't remember. But Nonito was getting ready for the weigh-in, and I was standing right there next to Rachel. And we started talking, and when you just have and it's an innocent, and once again, completely innocent because I'm much older than both of them, and I'm harmless, and I have respect for every man, right?
Right.
But I couldn't help myself. I developed a crush for Rachel Donaire. Because, dude, she is so lovely and she's so easy to talk to and she's so beautiful and she's so smart. And I even told Nonito, I'm like, dude, forgive me for telling you this and understand that it's coming from a completely harmless place because I'm a devout Catholic and I respect that, right? And I try to follow the commandments as much as possible in everything I do in life. But forgive me for saying this. Your girl is absolutely lovely in every way. And you know what, man? I actually have a crush on her. And he goes, yeah, I think you were gay if you didn't. So that's what great people Nonito and Rachel are, right? They're two of the best people I've ever met in this business.
They are.
And I hope, I'd like to think that I've helped them further the career and all the articles and all the interviews I've done with them, and just everything I know about the business and helping them formulate their own careers. And it's just been a real joy to be a part of that. And that's the thing that keeps me going in this business. Being a part of these lives, right? And understanding that you have a role, however minor or however major, that being a part of these lives, it's really special, man. And that's one of the, probably the biggest joy of being in this business for 20 years. Now, Nonito, fast forward 15, 17 years later, he's the elder statesman of those lower weight divisions, and he's a future Hall of Famer and an all-time great. And I saw it every step of the way, and it's been an honor. And that's one of the joys of my career covering this business.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, that I didn't get to, because I was out of boxing for a number of years, and it was a good friend of mine that actually told me about Nonito and Nui and all these lighter weight classes, Chocolatito, and I started appreciating it, and I automatically got drawn to Nonito and his career, and I started looking back, and then I just grew an affinity for this man and his efforts and the work ethic that he shows and puts forth. And I instantly, within, because I've only been following him now for 3, maybe 4 years, and but I feel like I've known him for a lifetime.
And I will say one thing, and just reflecting back on his career, and we're gonna move on after this because we do have a lot to cover, and I do want to talk to G Funky about just everything that we discussed tonight, right? The future of PBC, the future of Canelo, and the future of Charlo. But I will say this, though. The thing that I always really thought was really shitty of Manny Pacquiao and WAWR, they never once featured the Filipino flash on one of Pacquiao's cards. Not once.
That was kind of disconcerting.
Well, and when you find out why is the worst part of it. Manny Pacquiao, because even though Nonito was born in the Philippines, his dad and his parents moved them to San Francisco when he was about 7 or 8. And so Manny personally didn't consider him a real Filipino. He considered him an American.
Oh, God. I hate
Can you believe that
man.
shit? Yep.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah.
And so, in my opinion, that's why Nonito didn't become the big star that he should have, and didn't make the kind of bread that he should have, that he deserved. Being one of the pound for pound best in this business and having the personality, the charisma, yeah, he never got to compete on that big stage alongside, the hero, the senator now, Manny Pacquiao. Right? That was a shit move, dude. Complete shit move by Team Pacquiao. And you know what? Bob Arum was like, he was all for it. Hey, man, fuck yeah. The Filipino faithful are here. Why not put Nonito in the co-main event? He deserves it. He's one of the best fighters in the business.
Well,
and Manny Pacquiao just didn't want any part of it.
Yeah, I don't get that. Because if it wasn't for Nonito being on the undercard for Spence Crawford, I wasn't going to buy it. That's the God's honest truth, Joseph. If it wasn't for the fact that Nonito was on that undercard, I wasn't going to buy the Spence.
Yeah, you know what? It's a damn shame that to this day, the lower weight divisions, even though it's arguably You can make a strong argument for it being the best product that boxing has to offer, because it combines all action, high volume activity with high ring IQ. It's got it all. But for some strange reason, they don't make shit compared to everybody else at 147 and above.
You're absolutely right. I had a discussion with Rachel about that entire thing, but that's for another time. But yeah, you're absolutely right, and it bothers me. It still bothers me to this day, because everything from ultralight, everything from the lightest weight all the way up to 130, those guys are the hardest working boxers in in all of boxing.
Yep.
You know, once you get to 135 and above, you start getting some prima donnas.
Oh, dude, look. Nothing compares to the prima donna bitches in the heavyweight division. Holy shit. These guys, like, it's funny. Like, very seldom do you find trainers who actually have a lot of experience dealing with heavyweights and then everyone else in boxing. You know the old saying, there's heavyweight boxing. No, there's boxing, and then there's heavyweight boxing. It's a completely different realm.
It really is, man. It really is, because
and the fighters, oh my gosh! Like when I talked to Ronnie about, and Emmanuel also had a lot of experience, and they both said the same thing. These guys are spoiled prima donna bitches that like to work at their own pace, and they're divas. In no other division have they ever experienced that. Not even with someone like Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, that's true about the heavyweight division being, I guess, kind of separate from the rest of boxing, because I have several friends that are casuals, and they only watch heavyweight boxing because they say, well, I like knockouts, and they always seem to bring knockouts.
Even at the elite level, as we just saw in Zhilei Zhang and Joe Joyce. Yep. At Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder. More often than not, that's what made Terrence Crawford's performance over Errol Spence. That's what made it such an anomaly, because at this level, at the elite level, knockouts are very rare, especially dominant knockouts, dominant efforts, shutouts. That's very rare at the elite level. In the heavyweight division, though, shit, man, it's always a risk. It's always a gamble. Even the number one fighter in the division could get knocked out by the number 40 guy. That's the kind of threat that they always bring to the ring. And it's like, if anyone who's over 250 pounds, I don't give a fuck, man, who he is. He can knock your ass out with one shot. Unless, of course, he's Francis Ngannou and doesn't know how to fight. Yeah. There, I said it. Yeah.
That's what's so problematic. That's what's so problematic, is because people don't understand the heavyweight division. One punch. Yep. I've been saying this all along. One punch can change the course of a fight. One punch.
Yeah, just ask Lennox Lewis. It happened to him twice.
Yeah, exactly. One punch. Like when I watched the Frank Sanchez fight, all right, everybody was saying, "Oh my God, Frank Sanchez was exposed. He beat his opponent in 4 rounds, but he was exposed because he got hit clean."
Oh my God, that's horrible. That's the type of fanboy talk that is bad for the sport, man.
And you know what, dude? That's why I loved having Emmanuel Stewart in my corner, because look, he didn't give a shit what you guys were talking about, but if he heard something that wasn't true or was just a fan-driven excuse, he would enter the discussion and clean it up immediately. And no one questioned Emmanuel. Why would they? Right? And I remember vividly, post-fight press conference, Samuel Peter and Vladimir Klitschko. Oh, you know what, man? We need a rematch because that was bullshit. I'm sick and tired of. And this was the manager of I forgot his name. I haven't seen him in a while, in a good minute, man. It was the manager for Sam Peter. And he said, we're sick and tired. And I think I speak for most fans. everyone's sick and tired of seeing HBO pick this guy up off the canvas and support him still when he really doesn't deserve it. And Emmanuel just got pissed. And he was like, you know what? You need to sit down and shut the hell up. You sound like a sore loser. You know, you had 12 rounds to get it done, and guess what? You didn't get it done. And so, you know what? Just shut up and just, you know what? You got your chance and you missed it. That's it. So you sound like a bunch of sore losers, and no one's going to listen to you from this point forward. Hey, work your way back up to that point again. And if you're good enough and you keep winning, then yes, it's inevitable. We'll keep seeing each other. We'll see each other again. But right now, we beat you. All three judges were unanimous. They even had the same score. Okay? Beat you. Even hurt you in the final round. So shut up, regroup, and come back stronger. That's it. And you know what? He never said a word after that at the press conference.
Yeah, you got too many fanboys out there that make excuses. And I won't make an excuse for a fighter. My wife is absolutely. My wife calls Lomachenko her second husband. That's what my wife calls. My wife calls Lomachenko.
Well, look, if she's into dwarfism, that's cool. Yeah.
Well, I'm only 5'5", so maybe she is. So you mind leaving me alone about that?
Woo! I tell you what. Well, no. Let me go. So I saw this, and this gentleman, who may not be on the show any further, but I do have to address this, right? He was spot on, right? When I was giving, and I didn't even disclose the name of the fighter that I was doing publicist work for, and I was there ringside, and when he got this title opportunity, and he was winning the fight, pitching a shutout pretty much, right? He got knocked out in the final round and lost the IBF title.
Right.
And I thought for sure, I would have bet my house that he was going to become a champion. And I'm trying to look, someone guessed it. And I'm not going to say it until I can find this comment, right? But it's someone who actually was an Olympian from Cleveland, Ohio, trained by Floyd Sr., right? And that hurt like hell. And knowing that I couldn't help him any, right? And that was hard. That was hard to deal with, right? And I was so sad after that, and it hurt me, figuratively and literally. It hurt me, right? And so at that point, I was like, you know what? You're getting way too close to these fighters. Yeah, you need to take a break. Here it is. Congratulations, Miguel Santana. Just from what little I told you, you were able to figure that out. You're a real fight fan, brother. And you know what? And I will say this. After experiencing that difficult situation with Mickey, our relationship just wasn't the same after that. Right? It was very, very, like we hardly spoke after that, really. And you know, it's just one of those things.
Sorry.
So wait a minute, G Funky, I told you this story before, and G, like, I didn't think anyone was going to be able to guess that. So once again, that just shows how insightful these fight fans are when they use their powers for good, right? And dude, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. They have the potential to be the best ambassadors of any sport. But why do they choose to use their knowledge and powers for evil?
Because it's good for their channel. It's good for views, good for clicks. Yeah, that's what it's all about in this game, man.
So basically to sell out.
Yep. I've been in this game, this YouTube thing, for over 10 years now. 12 to be exact. And I've seen this community do a complete 360 from what it used to be, man. And it all started when they gave channels the opportunity to make money, to monetize their channel. That made a huge difference. That's when you started to see clickbaits and the false reports and narratives and fanboying just to get viewers and subscribers and super chats, and it truly is a disgusting place, man. And like Joseph was saying earlier, how he's contemplating whether to continue to do this here on YouTube or not. Man, I have been there so many times with this community, especially over the last 4 years, man. It's been hard. Not gonna lie, man. There is so much bullshit that gets reported out there. And now that I'm doing things behind the scenes with boxing, oh yeah, it's bad. These guys don't know shit.
Yep. And since we started talking, G, and started working together, I've been telling you that from day one. Like, I will never. And once again, this is why I love EJ. This is a guy who loves the sport and doesn't have an unhealthy ego. Like his opinion matters most of all, right? He's a smart guy and understands that, hey, if there are guys in this business who are more experienced than myself, then I'm going to listen. And once again, we do recognize that EJ is a great fan and he passionately loves his business, and we listen to him as well. And there's that line of communication. But where I can't understand, why the fuck do so many YouTubers who will never work a day in this business have a really unhealthy ego? And they get genuinely offended if you try and tell them a basic truth about anything in this business.
Yep.
Like it's like I scratch my head at that shit, because look, I've tried working with other YouTube channels, right? And every time I try to correct them, hey man, that's not the way it works. This is the reality. They get standoffish. They puff their chest out and they start getting defensive. Why the fuck do they do that? And they don't know any better at the end of the day.
Yeah, I tell you why.
Let's hear it, DJ.
I'll tell you exactly, because I've seen channels. I've seen so many channels do this. They'll get in with a group. They'll get in with a particular group, right? And that group will support a specific fighter, right? And the chances of that specific fighter being able to come on that YouTuber's channel is increased. And when they do get on that channel, all right, all of a sudden, nobody knows more than them. All of a sudden, nobody is wise enough to ask a question.
Oh boy!
Just to poke a little hole in the air that's in their story.
Oh boy!
And you can't ask them. You can't question certain things. This has happened over the past 2.5, 3 years that I've been involved with boxing, and I've seen it go on with channels. They blow up, and their egos blew up. They've had boxers on their channels. They support that boxer, and that's it. That boxer, I call it the flavor of the week channels. That's what I call it. Flavor of the week channels. I
will say this though, and I just told everyone the truth and why I created this. I don't need this. I don't depend on this for income. But what I am most saddened about is I created this to hopefully create a platform for Gogi to shine, because he deserves it. Right. Ronnie to shine, because he doesn't get nearly the credit he deserves. And I did it for two of my best friends in life, not just in the business, but in life. And I feel like I've actually failed them, because it's just not, we've got around 1,200 subscribers right now, and they deserve a much bigger platform, like DAZN or like HBO or Showtime or wherever. And you know what? Everyone should know these guys and the brilliance that both of these gentlemen have, and unfortunately they don't. And I take full responsibility of that.
First of all, Joseph, you haven't failed anybody. You haven't failed them. You haven't failed yourself. If you quit and you give up, that's failure.
Well, thank you for saying that. That's very encouraging, EJ, and that's really great, man. And you know what, man? And I'm gonna hold on to that, brother, because that's a beautiful, positive way of looking at it. But I've owned my own business for the past it's 20 years this year, right? And I've been in this business working with several promoters for 20 years as well. About the same time I made that transition. And honestly, I never fathomed that two people genuinely talented with very different skill sets, but equally as talented as James Gogi and Ronnie Shields, I never fathomed that it was going to be this difficult for fans to gravitate towards them and catch on. But once again, it's something that I learned in music a long time ago, that fans like who they like. You can't fault them. And there is no rhyme or reason why they gravitate towards a specific performer or entertainer and not another. Yeah, and it's a head scratcher, man. And
they just gotta wade through the garbage, Joseph. That's the problem. They have to wade through the garbage, and then eventually they find that one crumb that leads to another crumb that leads to another crumb that leads to something that they'll enjoy. All right, so that's you can't give up on it. Look, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. I can't stop you. All right, I can't stop you. I wouldn't want to stop you from doing what you want to do. But for me, I'm just speaking from the hip. The hip says, the heart says, is that as long as you continue trying, all right, and you put forth the effort, and you stay true to yourself, you're not doing anything wrong, and you're not failing anybody. All right, you can't make these people like you. All you can do is give them the truth. You and I are in the same boat, my friend. You and I are in the same boat. But I'll be damned if I'm going to let these fake ass platforms out there going to make me feel down about myself. I am going to continue down that road, no matter what. And I just hope that you're around so that I can come here and learn from you and James Gogi and Ronnie Shields, because I do. I may not come and get on the chat, but I listen because I want to hear what they got to say. And many times have I used the words that you guys have said in my arguments with other people. I know that's considered plagiarism, but
no. To be
No.
honest with you, EJ, and I stated this early on the show before you joined, that's the reason why I started this channel. Because the only reason why I've been in this business for 20 years, and the only reason why I know what I know, is because these great men were kind enough to teach me. And I was smart enough to shut the fuck up and listen when they were talking. like that's a huge part of it. You never like Emmanuel. Let me tell you, brother, when I said something that he didn't agree with, and I was just kind of joking, happy-go-lucky, and that's just the way I am. I'm always having fun, always talking, right? Always having to be the center of attention, right? With music, whatever, journalism, whatever. And then I saw Emmanuel give me that fucking look.
It was
holy shit! You look at me.
Hey,
wait. What did you just say, Joseph? Wait a minute. What did you just say, Joseph? What? I didn't say anything. Nah, repeat that what you just said, because I'm gonna shoot that shit down and tell you why you're dead wrong. Okay, go ahead, Emmanuel. I'm all ears. You know what? And you never would hear me argue with a great man like that, and a guy who's forgotten more about boxing than I will ever know. And you know what? I have noticed this about these fucking YouTube weirdos. For some reason, they stopped having that reverence for these great people who made the sport that they've dedicated their bullshit channel to. These are the guys who made this sport a reality and who wrote the rules. Guys like Don Chargan. Here's a sad truth about War Week Radio, right? Most people don't even know that War Week is Don Chargan's nickname. They're like, wait, that's a terrible name. What's Warwick? Holy shit. He's just one of the greatest, if not the greatest promoter, matchmaker ever in this sport that you proclaim to love. And I'm like, he's in the Hall of Fame for both. How many people are actually in the Hall of Fame for both matchmaking and promoting?
I don't know. He might be the only one.
How many guys would Russell Peltz, Bruce Trampler, and Brad Goodman all say, yeah, boy, Don is the greatest to have ever done it? That says it all. That says it all.
And I agree, because he did a lot of great shows in my area and cultivated one of the biggest stars to come out of Sacramento, and Tony the Tiger Lopez. Phenomenal job he did with him.
And yeah, he took him from the club level. Like, think about that nowadays. How many promoters could do that nowadays? Take a club level fighter and make him a legitimate, not only a legitimate attraction on the mainstream level, but a champion. Not a red belt like Mario Vargas, right? And once again, I love Mario and his entire team and his family. I love those guys, and I'm going to see him this Saturday at the event in San Antonio. But he's not a real champion, guys. He's not a real champion. Okay? Like back in the day when Tony was competing, did they even have a red belt?
Nope.
There was no such thing. You were either a champion or you weren't. And you know what always determined whether or not you became a champion? If you beat the man who beat the man who beat the man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny, I was talking to Jesse James Leha about that. James is his name. Jesse James is just a figment of Lester Bedford, his managers. And it worked. It was a great marketing tool. But his name is James. I call him James. And so we're talking about, and he's being really kind to guys like Josh Franco, guys like Mario Vargas, including them in this championship circle in San Antonio history in boxing. And I said, James, come on, man. He's not a real champion. I said, look, if you can tell me who he beat to garner that distinction, then yes, I will agree with you that he's a champion. Who did he beat? And he goes, I don't remember exactly. I said, who did you beat to become the WBC champion? And he goes, fuck, a Hall of Famer, Zuma Nelson. I said, exactly. That's why you're a real champion and he's not.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Unabatedly, I agree with you. I am going to say this, though. I'm tired of people giving up on boxers. So people like Barrios, right? I try to tell everybody, because everybody had him the underdog. Everybody said that he was going to get clocked. And I said, Barrios is going to win. Barrios is going to beat Ugas.
He whooped his ass.
He's going to beat him soundly.
Look. And here's the problem. And this is what Joe Joyce is experiencing now. His only loss is to a legitimate, avoided badass like Zhilei Zhang. Is there any shame in losing to someone of that ilk?
No.
Nope.
Is there any shame in losing to Tank Davis or Keith Thurman? Those are Mario Vargas' only losses. And you know what? He told me before this fight, he goes, you know what, man, this fight is everything. He goes, I need to remind people that I've got something to offer to this business. Yes, I'm not someone's opponent. And unfortunately, people look at me as someone's opponent. And he's like, you were writing stories about me when I was an amateur, telling that I was the future of boxing in San Antonio. He goes, I never forgot that, man. And you know what? Somewhere along the way, people just stopped believing in what I had to offer. And you know what? I need a reminder. He told me that before he went to Vegas and started camp. And you know what, dude? That's like, if you've got that mindset and if you don't quit, yeah, dude, no matter what happens, you're a winner in my book, man.
There you go. That's it.
Regardless of who wins the fight, who gets the judge's verdict, or
And that's
whatever.
the message, Joseph, you need to continue to put out. And that's the thing. That's why it's so important that people like you that know people in the business, that's the message you need to put out. That's the message you put out. That's the message that will be lost if you leave.
Well, thank you for saying that. And once again, EJ, your words mean a lot to me, and it truly humbles me, brother. And thank you, man, for that. And I'll never forget that. But I will say this. Now, as outspoken and as unfiltered and as abrasive as I appear to be on the radio, right? I'm genuinely a very humble guy who finds fulfillment in doing more for others than just myself, right? And so to see my dear friends not get the credit that they deserve, it really pains me. And I can't help but feel like I've actually let them down, because I believe in them more so maybe than they believe in themselves. Because Gogi, anyone who truly knows Gogi, and G's gotten to know Gogi, he is truly special. That since the passing of Emmanuel Stewart, the great man, the great Emmanuel, like God rest his soul, there will never be another Emmanuel Stewart. But man, I James Gogi, and I believe this in every fiber of my being. He is a very close second. The only thing missing is perception of others. Like, they've never heard of Gogi, most fight fans. But everyone in this business, well, they know the truth that is James Gogi. They understand, wow, man, he seems crazy at times. He's a little emotional, but yeah, you won't find a better set of eyes in this business than James Gogi. Most people don't know this, but promoters, they will hire him to give an assessment and analysis of young prospects out of the amateurs, so they know who to sign and who not to sign. That's how highly regarded Gogi's words are in this business. But once again, no one knows this as far as the fandom. The fan community, they have no idea what a great man James Gogi is and what he's contributed to this business. And it is sinful, in my opinion. And the same with Ronnie Shields. This is a guy who is mentored because he's such a great man and never thinks of himself first and foremost. Like, he is, even people who aren't even boxing anymore, they will still call up Ronnie and tell him, you know what, man, I wasn't in a good way and I didn't come up from the best family, but because of my work with you, I now have a job with such and such, and I'm making a good living, and I've got a great family, and it's all because you set me straight. Ronnie gets that a lot because he doesn't give a shit. At the end of the day, boxing doesn't matter, but he finds fulfillment in mentoring these young fighters and making sure that they not only just become a success in boxing, but most importantly, become a success in life. No one knows that about Ronnie. And once again, that's a sin, because these are two of the best men, right? Best people, not only that I've met in this business, but in life, period. And both men are selfless. Like, most people don't realize, he moved out, James Gogi, 5 years ago. He moved out to Colombia, right? And he found certain fighters that were talented but came from nothing. He can, to this day, he pays for everything. Not the promoter, not the manager. They live with him. So they eat, sleep, drink boxing every single day. And for all of their fights, he pays to get them on cards. And he doesn't give a shit he doesn't need a thank you. He just wants to see them flourish and become better people. Not just better fighters, but better, smarter people. He does this. You give me, dude, you think Freddie Roach would fucking do that? Huh? Have you ever heard Freddie Roach take someone from the amateur level and make them a champion?
Nope.
And once again, I love Freddie. He's a really funny guy when you get to know him. I've seen him be an asshole at times to people who don't know shit about the business and try to profess it in front. He'll call them out just like a man, just like any old school guy. Abel Sanchez, Joe Goose, everybody. But he's actually a funny motherfucker, man. But with all due respect, I've never seen him take someone from the amateur level and make them a contender at the world-class level. No one. I've never seen him do that. He thrives off his reputation from having Manny, which he didn't even cultivate either. He already knew how to fight when he actually started working with Freddie. Give me a fighter that he's taken from the amateurs and made a great professional. It hasn't happened yet, and it won't happen. Emmanuel Stewart did it, 30 times? James Gogi, he's done it, and he continues to do it. That's a real trainer. And if you ask a guy like James Gogi or Ronnie Shields, hey, what do you actually do? And he's like, well, if you have to label it, some days you have to be the mentor. Some days you have to be the disciplinarian. Some days you have to be the friend, chauffeur, psychiatrist. You're everything. This is basically like your children. And Gogi, that's a reason why he's never been married, because he's completely committed to his fighters. Whether they appreciate it or not, it doesn't matter. He does what he does because he understands that he's been given this gift. And it would be a sin not to help people with his special talents. That is a fucking real trainer. And now when you ask me, well, why are you taking this so hard and so personally? Yeah, that's why. Because if you understand the reality of how Gogi lives and what he's done in this business, earning his bones the hard way, yeah, it's a sin that everyone doesn't know his story. And that's why I take this. That's why I take it so personally, and that's why I feel like I've actually failed these gentlemen, because they're like Emmanuel, like a lot of guys in this band, like Jesse Reed, another great trainer. They are truly great men who are completely unselfish and devote all of their time to the improvement or betterment of these hardworking, ambitious fighters. And they're happy to do it. They don't need someone to kiss their ass. They just want to be a part of that process. And they want to be a positive ripple effect of their lives. That's why I do what I do. And once again, that's why I feel like I've failed them both, because those two are two of the greatest people I've ever met in my life, not just in boxing. And they deserve, this is how, and once again, I love Sergio. Sergio Mora, he's a friend of mine, and I've known him for years, right? But come on. Sergio Mora is on DAZN with a regular gig, and James Gogi? Teddy Atlas is destroying the perception of boxing, constantly shitting on the very business that made him someone who people actually recognize.
I think he has a chip on his shoulder. He's been having a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah. Well, he sounds like a disgruntled bitch, like an old maid who's been left at the altar 5 times. That's what he sounds like. And dude, I'm sorry. Why can't James Gogi get this opportunity? Because I can guarantee you, Gogi is 10 times more insightful than Teddy Atlas ever will be. Like, dude, just listen to his breakdown of fights, and he doesn't even watch fight film. He's seen those guys fight before, and he understands exactly how the fight's going to play out. Like when I introduce him as a boxing savant, that is exactly what he is. He's a freak, a lot like Emmanuel was. Emmanuel's a freak as well.
more laughs.
Like no matter how stacked the odds were against him, he would always figure out a strategy to beat you. Like, dude, he could take your fighter and beat his own fighter with him. That's how special Emmanuel was, and that's how special Gogi is. And that's it. That's the truth. And that's why I do what I do. Oh, hold on. Peter, thank you for hanging with us, Peter. We appreciate it, man. He goes, yeah, get Freddie on War Week. If you remember, well, no, you weren't back then. Yeah, I had him on East Side Boxing, the Pugilist Corner, quite a bit. Joseph, Jim Lampley will do your show. Well, yeah, he'll work for food at this point, right? But something about Jim Lampley, man, and something that I can't do, and I share this with Jim. How I am on the air, right? Full of energy on tap. I don't stop. And it's great for a professional, right? In what we do, in our vocation. But it really is a detriment, and it hinders our personal relationships with normal people, right? And I really sympathize with Jim because he's exactly like I am in that aspect. He is like, when you hear him on a broadcast, he can't turn it off. Like the way he is on HBO, that's the way he is in off camera. He cannot turn it off. As unfiltered and as judgmental as he is, he can't turn it off. And he is exactly like that when you're going out to dinner, when you're having a drink, when you're talking about the NFL, anything else in life, politics. He is always that way. He is always Jim Lampley. And unfortunately, I'm kind of the same way. And G Funky will tell you that. Everything that I'm involved in, I have to jump in with both feet. It's kind of an obsessive compulsive thing with me. I can't turn it off. I can't. It's too ingrained in my personality at this point, and I just can't. It's almost a moral imperative at this point. So even though I talk about, yeah, you know what? If Gogi doesn't do the show, if Ronnie doesn't want to do the show anymore, it's going to be very difficult for me to justify still doing the show. And that's the kind of crossroads we come to if things don't improve dramatically. But yeah, I can't turn it off, man. I can't. That's the way I am, dude. It's a blessing and a curse, just like everything is in life, right? It's a blessing and a curse. But hey, guys, we've been on the air for 3 hours and almost 20 minutes. How do you like that? I was only planning on being on the show for an hour. So, G, is there anything else that you'd like to bring up or talk about that we didn't already address?
No, just if you want to talk about something real quickly, I sent you something from Twitter. I would like your opinion.
Oh, here we go. Let me look it up. I'm always interested in this because, you know, I tell you what, I'm so out of touch with what the fans are talking about and what they're. So I always ask G Funky, what's the latest house husbands gossip in boxing, right? And he'll send me this, and I'll be like, oh my gosh, is this real? So here we go. Let me look it up, and I will announce it.
This is actually something decent. So
okay, for once. All right.
Yeah.
Because most of the time it's just nonsense and noise. like honestly, and I don't mean that as a slight. It is what it is. They're completely. Oh, it's Joe Sean. No. Oh, hold on. It's a poll from Fight Hub TV.
That's one of them, and then there's another one.
Okay. Okay, let me read this one first. Eddie Reynoso, the manager trainer of Canelo, has listed 3 potential rivals for Alvarez's next fight. Who do you like the best? And I think it's unanimous since this Charlo loss, right? Since him laying an egg on the biggest stage of boxing. Look, give this assignment to someone who's been clamoring for it and someone who most agree, if they had to guess, they would probably bet good money that this gentleman is going to make the most of this opportunity. And I think we can all say that that's David Benavidez.
Mm-hmm.
Canelo, once again, you may be the big fish, right, in the boxing pond, but the fans will always be the real bosses of boxing. And that's the reality. And so I think it's become crystal clear and probably consensus to everyone involved with making these decisions. You give us Canelo versus Benavidez, or guess what? We will not rationalize spending another $85 for another one of your pay-per-views. And that's it. The gavel has been dropped. The judgment has been rendered. You take it or leave it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me read the next one. All right. That was a good one. So here it is. Rick Mirrigan, right? Manager extraordinaire. Honestly, I love the work. And you know what? If I asked Rick tomorrow, hey, brother, do your clients, are they even thankful for your countless hours, for your dedication? Do they ever say thank you? I guarantee you he would say, well, no, but I don't care. That's not why I do it.
Right.
Because he is truly dedicated and has a passion. And it's almost he's driven just to see these guys succeed. And knowing he wants to, knowing that he's done the best job he can, that's good enough for him. That's what kind of guy Rick Mirrigan is, right? Because it's a thankless endeavor what he does. No one knows about him. No one gives a shit. Not even half of his fighter roster. So he says this. It's mind-blowing why boxing people and fans are cheering Showtime going out of the business. We need every platform. And I wouldn't bet against Heyman. He's no dummy. And I'm sure he has or will have something lined up. Wait a minute. I'm having a deja vu. Isn't this what I told you verbatim about a month ago?
Yep. And I've heard from another manager too that manages a lot of fighters in Southern California and Mexico. The same exact thing. Don't bet against Heyman. He's probably going to get a deal somewhere else, you know?
Look, this is a guy, and I've told you this story, G, but I've never told this to anyone else. Right? When Ken Hirschman was the president of HBO Sports at one time, he left Showtime to go to HBO because he did such a great job with their budget. Yeah, the brass at HBO were like, man, we need him over here. Right? And after a while, he absolutely refused to negotiate or even work with Al Heyman or any of his fighters. Do you remember that? When Golden Boy and Al Heyman were forced to migrate to Showtime exclusively. Yeah. And that's where Canelo had his first pay-per-view fight on Showtime, right?
Yep.
And asking him why, he said, you know what? I'm not a dummy, and I know this business much better than Heyman does. But damn it, I'll have my mind made up, and I'll say, nope, I will not take no for an answer. This is what has to happen. If it doesn't, it won't happen. And all of a sudden, 30 minutes in the war room, and I'm agreeing with Al Heyman. And I know better. And I know everything I put together makes sense. But Heyman is such a smart guy that he will convince you. Like he could convince a Mexicano to build that fucking border wall. Like that's how he rolls. He is, and once again, here's a lesson, right? Here's a testament to how brilliant and how smart and how influential and how just crafty Al Heyman is in how he deals and how he's able to negotiate. Now, look at a guy like Richard Schaefer, right? This is someone who is one of the smartest men I've ever met in my life. Someone that Don Chargan says, well, this is a guy, everything he touches turns to money. And he's got probably the best business acumen since Howard Hughes. This is a brilliant guy who knows only success and who had never even attended a live fight before he started working with Oscar and Don. right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a guy who's not just some ham and egger. This is a brilliant man. And so Al Heyman convinces Richard Schaefer as CEO of Golden Boy Promotions. Keep in mind, Al Heyman doesn't have any direct, he's not on the payroll of Golden Boy, but somehow convinces this brilliant man that it's a much better idea to let his talent use their TV dates, and it's a better idea not to sign them to long-term contracts. How the fuck did that happen? How did that happen? Can anyone tell me? Because to this day, I will never understand that. So he convinced Richard Schaefer to do that, do his bidding, and accept all liability as CEO. And Al Heyman, well, hey man, I didn't point a gun to his head. He did that on his own free will. Now that's what a brilliant man Al Heyman is.
He's a gift of gab. He sounds like he used to be a bookman back in the like.
Well,
70s.
look. This is how many guys can you say this about? At the pinnacle of the music industry, he organized some of the biggest stars in that business to be a part of some of the most prolific and money-making tours of all time, right? How many people can say that they went from the top of one industry to a completely different business, and he was at the top of that business as well? How many people can say that?
Not many.
No, dude. Hey, look. Anyone who underestimates Al Heyman, get ready for disappointment. This is a guy who is, like I said, dude, no one wants to negotiate with him. And why? This is why Bob Arum, a brilliant man with a genius level IQ, have you ever seen them work together? What does Bob say? Well, whatever, any deal that Al strikes up, hey, that's good enough for me. He just lets it happen. And why? Because he'll always talk you into doing his bidding. And so if you've never worked with Al Heyman and once again, Ronnie Shields has him on speed dial. And we talk all the time. And he's like, you know what? Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked, guys. If he, lines up another big deal. And he's no spring chicken. And he understands this is his last hurrah, right? Don't underestimate Al Heyman. That's like underestimating Bill Belichick. Or, what's his name? Reed from the Kansas City Chiefs, right? Successful in multiple franchises.
Yeah.
Yeah, dealing with two different eras of athletes and still becoming a winner. Like, do not underestimate these great men. It's like I felt bad for anyone who underestimated Emmanuel Stewart. Dude, he is so smart. He's so good at what he does. He could take your fighter and whoop his own fighter's ass. That's how smart he was.
It's like taking, all right, here's a good comparison. It's like taking a rocket scientist, all right, a legit rocket scientist, and you move him over to, let's say you move him over to downtown New York, and he's going to work the stock exchange. It's moving of numbers.
Yep.
And to be able to work and manipulate the numbers to see what would happen, it's basically the same thing. So you can go from being a rocket scientist to being a millionaire in any type of numbers related business, right? That being said, like Al Heyman, one industry, he knew it's about the numbers, and he did that and transferred that knowledge right over to boxing. And was
look, EJ, and I will say this, and for the most part, you're correct. But once again, Al Heyman isn't perfect, and he's been learning on the job, and that's a crazy thing about the boxing business. It may be run a lot like the music industry and a lot like the motion picture industry, but it's very different from everything. And one thing that he found out the hard way, that it's not a good policy, is you absolutely cannot pay fighters inflated purses. You can't do that because it never ends well for the health of the sport.
No.
And unfortunately, he found that out the hard way, and he's still, as well as everyone in this business, they're still suffering from that initial faux pas he made when creating PBC.
The only one in my history that was able to do what you're talking about right now has been King. That's it. But,
Don King?
Yeah,
well, look. Don King, unfortunately, he was. Jeez,
dirty.
Look. I know this firsthand. I know. I was there, McMahon. Look. I will say this. He could sell, like, as convincing as Al Heyman was from an intellectual standpoint perspective. Don King, he was just as convincing, but on an emotional level. Honestly, he was so convincing, and he was so good at getting you excited and getting you on his side. Hey, you know what? I didn't expect this kind of crowd from San Antonio. What a beautiful, clean, lovely city you guys have. And you know what? I'm so glad we put this event here at the brand new Alamodome. Chavez versus Pernell Whitaker. That's the fight to end all fights. Two masters of their craft pitting against, and you know what? You guys deserve it. You guys are some of the best fans I've ever experienced in the world. And you know what? Just for this, because you guys are so special and you guys truly recognize what a brilliant undertaking this is, I'm gonna just for you guys, I'm gonna put up a sale for this day only. You buy 2 shirts and you get the third one free. How do you like that?
Yeah.
And you know what? I fucking bought 3.
Of course you did.
Dude, Don was look. And you know what? And Don King himself told me this, and this was a secret to his success. This was the special Big Mac sauce in everything he did. He said, you know what? The first thing I learned when I was on my own and trying to make money for myself, I figured out that attitude determined 99% of all your successes and failures in this life. Attitude. If you have a great, positive, and optimistic attitude about anything, then people will gravitate towards that. If you have a shitty, half glass empty attitude about everything, then guess what? People are going to be turned off. It's like people want to gravitate towards a very positive and optimistic attitude. And he goes, attitude determines all of your successes and failures in this life. It's no different than what Henry Ford said, right? There are 2 types of people in this world. People who believe they can do something and people who believe they can't. And they're both correct at the end of the day.
There's an old saying, Joseph. There's an old saying, me growing up in management and stuff like that. There's an old saying, a dirty boss. Now, I know it doesn't sound good, but a dirty boss, here's what a dirty boss is. They get their hands into everything. They get their hands into everything to prove to everyone that they know what they're talking about. So when they're because trust me, I was kind of a dirty boss. Not as good as, let's say, not as good, let's say, as a king, as a Don King. But Don King had his hands in everything. Just like when it came to cross promoting, when it came to like selling T-shirts, whatever, he had his hands in every aspect of what was going on in that venue that day, and he wanted to make sure he had his hands on all of it.
Yep,
it's a dirty boss. That's what a dirty boss is.
Well, I to his defense, though, I will say this, and you know what? Say what you want about Don King, and yeah, he wasn't the most ethical promoters in
Oh, I
any
wasn't
line
even
of
gonna
work,
mention that.
right? And he took advantage of people who were there to be taken advantage of, like any Barnum and Bailey type, P.T. Barnum type
Yeah,
character.
P.T. Barnum.
Hey, you know what? A fool is in money, and his money are soon departed, right? He was of that mindset. And if you allowed it, yeah, he would actually have his way with you, emotionally, mentally, everything, right? But one thing never wavered while Don King was in this business. And this is what separates him from Al Heyman. While Heyman got in this business to protect the fighters and to see them make the most that they could, not understanding that it's not always in these sports' best interest, right? Don King was the exact opposite way. Hey, man, one thing I will never take for granted, and my primary objective, he said, he always said this, and you guys, you can ask Rick Glazer, who used to work for him. You know what? The fans. My first obligation is to the fans. And we need to provide a product that they will continuously pay for and be happy to come back. And if we don't do that, then we've already lost. We might as well not even start. He cared about the fans. That's why he worked so hard promoting his events. You know, I asked him candidly when he was in Corpus, and he was already kind of an elder statesman of the business, right? And he was semi-retired after his wife Henrietta had died. I said, if you could change one thing about this business, and in all your experience, what would it be? And he said, oh, shit. You know what? I'll be honest with you. I'd give all of these fighters a damn personality transplant so they could promote these events so I wouldn't have to work so damn hard. And that's the truth. That's verbatim what he said. He would give these guys a personality transplant. Anyway, right now we're getting ready to shut off because I've already been on the air for 3 hours and 38 minutes now. But just to say hi and let him speak his piece, share what's on his mind. My brother, Anthony Manzano from
Hey
Florida.
guys, how are you today? For me,
Hey,
I would compare. I'm not saying he's as bad as him, but him and Vince have the same mentality.
Yep.
Don and Vince
Agreed.
McMahon.
Yep.
Do you agree with me?
Yes, they're both machines. And when they were in their prime, and look, I will say this, and this is notable and noticeable, and I never bring this up, but Don King pretty much checked out when his beloved Henrietta died. Because Don King was a brilliant guy, and he was always the mouthpiece, right? In every event he had a hand in. And everyone who worked with him loved that part about him. Hey, man, he makes our job easier. But Henrietta, his wife, was the detail person. She was the one who kept Don in check and said, hey, you need to pay attention to this, and made sure all of the details were handled on all of his events.
So once Henrietta passed away?
Once his beloved Henrietta passed away, he was pretty much checked out and wasn't the same Don King that we grew up with, right?
I was too young to see Don in his prime, so I really don't.
Well, I tell you what, I experienced it when I was just a fan, and I experienced the old semi-retired. Well, this is a gentleman who hasn't graced our airwaves in quite some time. And you know what? It has a lot to do with you, Anthony Manzano. I'm going to allow this, though. Our brother, John McSmith. How have you been, my friend?
Well, I've been quite well. Thank you for asking. How about yourself?
You know what, brother? I'm staying busy. I've got my hands full with several different promotions in the Texas area. And this weekend, in fact, at the classic Randy's Ballroom, we're staging a show with TMB Promotions. And check this out. If you're a music fan, and I don't think you're as old as I am, but back in the day when I was with capital EMI artist Dorian Gray, we opened up for Wasp at Randy's Ballroom. So now I get to do ring announcing and commentary at the same venue I was shaking my ass on stage in 35 years ago. How do you like that?
Were you twerking?
No, that twerking wasn't a thing back then. And if it were, you would never see me doing the Deontay Wilder method. No.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry. No, never. So what are you up to, John?
So you twerk more like Saul Alvarez? Is that what you mean? Have you seen him twerk?
I haven't seen that, brother, and I hope and pray to God that I never do. But
You
no,
don't know what
dude.
you're missing, brother.
Look, no, man. Hey, don't let the long hair fool you, John. No homo here, brother.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, hey, I just asked my girl, man. So do you have something to talk about, something to say, or you just want to say hi?
I did just briefly. Look, I don't want to take up a bunch of your time, but you've had me blocked now for quite a while. I have no idea why, but I'm blocked from your chat.
No. I'm glad you asked, because I saw you calling Anthony Manzano a dummy on my chat, and I will not put up with bullying with someone who is has an emotional ailment, right? I will not put up with that from anybody, regardless of who you are and regardless of what your story is. I will not tolerate that on my chat.
Well,
Anthony is a good-hearted guy, and he doesn't have a malicious bone in his body. And seeing someone insult him on my chat, understanding that he has an emotional hindrance and ailment.
How did I know that? I didn't have that understanding about that guy. I don't know anything about that guy's personal life.
Well, regardless, yeah, I don't want to see that shit in my chat anyway. So you were, brother.
Like
now
you know that he was. Yeah, but you're pretending like I knew that he had some condition and that a militia.
All right. Did you come on to argue, or just want me to explain?
No, I'm just telling you.
Why I blocked your ass.
I'm not arguing, bro. You're
about to do it now,
and I'm correcting you, Joe.
No. Just, you know what? An apology would be more appropriate right now, because Anthony's right here listening to you.
Yeah. No, I understand you didn't know. I didn't really speak about it until later on, John. So, I understand you didn't realize that I had that issue and stuff like that. So, I can forgive that you didn't realize that I had it.
You know what? And I will say this, and Anthony, this is why I love you, man, and I always give you respect on this platform, because you know what? Understanding what transpired, you actually were the bigger man and said, you know what? I forgive you. This jackass comes on and starts getting defensive for being a prick. So now out you go, dickhead. There you go. See, once again, I was justified in blocking the scumbag, because even after explaining what transpired, this guy still is getting defensive and trying to defend being a prick. What kind of asshole do you have to be to defend purposely being an asshole?
Terrible behavior, man, from a grown man.
Right.
Oh, my God. And even after Anthony said, hey, I already forgave him, he still didn't apologize. Wow.
No, still. And once again, yeah, I'm sure his parents are very proud. And that's all I'll say, because once again, it takes a special kind of prick to understanding what he did was wrong and still try to defend his position, even in the face of the gentleman that he actually offended. Right? Mm-hmm. That takes a special kind of scumbag. So you know what, man? Go have fun and enjoy your life somewhere else, but it's not going to be here.
Yeah, you might if I chime in just for 1 second.
EJ, as you were, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do, because trust me, I've engaged with him a few times, but sometimes it has a lot to do with what you're used to. And if you hang out and you get used to be treated or treating people a certain way, it seems to bleed over to wherever else you go. And sometimes you just don't. have the
understand.
wherewithal to be able to check yourself. And I've seen it happen.
You know what, brother? And this is a perfect segue to understanding, as you're saying, a simple truth in life, that we are a product of our environment. Guys, we work and live and enjoy boxing, and it's a symbiont industry. Everyone in this business understands. Gogi, Ronnie, Heyman, Bob Arum, everyone who's worked in this business understands that we are only as strong as our weakest cog. And right now, our weakest cog by far are the fucking diehard fans.
They're horrible.
Who never have a kind thing or a good thing to say about their quote unquote supposed favorite pastime.
Well,
fucking be the ambassadors that you guys should be. Start pumping up your favorite sports and start, promoting it on the grassroots level.
You know, Joe. Not only that, this is what I'm sick and tired of. And me and my partner Dave Duenas talk about this all the time, and he makes a great point. What he told me: boxing fans love to complain, love to bitch and moan about things.
Yep.
But do they ever provide a solution?
No.
No, they don't.
No, and once again, if you don't have a solution, is it really a problem?
See, the toxicity in boxing, I'm going to use I'm a Dolphins fan. Our fan base has toxic, since we drafted a certain player, our fan base has become so toxic that I almost gave up watching my team because of the...
I've heard that about the Dolphins faithful. If you allow me to call it that, I've heard that, right, around NFL communities. I didn't realize that was actually true. Is it really that bad, Mike?
And the funny part of it, Joe, is that they're gonna if this kid wins the Super Bowl for the Dolphins, and that's a big if. They already started turning on Dan Marino.
Oh, Jesus!
Get the fuck out of here! Did they ever see Dan Marino play? No, Anthony, I do have to give you this disclaimer on the air. Understand this, and I hope you don't mind me bringing up the emotional vulnerabilities and things that you have to live with, right, on a day-to-day basis. Please don't think that I view you any less of anyone else that I welcome to the show. You are our equal, brother. Just like and G-Funky will tell you this. Dude, I'm a windbag. And I've got energy on tap, and I don't know when to tap out.
Yeah.
Right? That's something that's ingrained in my personality, and I have to deal with. And it's a blessing and a curse. Yeah. It's great professionally. I'm a great salesperson, and I'm a great ring announcer. But personal relationships sometimes are hindered by my nonstop assault on the senses.
Yeah.
So we all have these, right? Yeah. And it's just part of who we are.
Yeah.
So Anthony, just know this, brother. You're my brother, and I view you as an equal, and I will always defend the good person that you are against vile, shitty, egotistical, delusional human beings like that ass clown John McSmith.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about that, Joseph. It's like this, even though certain people's behavior can be reprehensible and downright vile, do you know that for the most part, I look forward to engaging with people like that just to see if there's any chance whatsoever to at least get a person like that or similar to listen and possibly have a different view, not change them.
Well, I tried.
I
understand.
Why is that piece of shit still in the back? You see him posting shit
I don't know. Maybe he's a glutton for punishment. I don't know.
Dude, nobody gives a fuck about you here. Go back to the fucking bullshit channels you go to, all right?
I just wanted to lay an example. I hung out on another stream venue, and I had people that would come on and troll me all the time. And I would constantly engage with them and try to talk with them. And eventually, one of them actually started listening and talking and conversating back, and we ended up becoming really good friends.
Look, EJ, and once again, I am a devout Christian. I'm all for giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. And once again, forgiveness is indeed divine. If you do not want to be judged by my Father, then you should follow that practice while you're on this earth. And I truly believe that, Book of Matthew, right? But you yourself said, you're a product of your environment. The ripple effect swings both ways. And I will not allow a fucking negative scumbag, right, to plant that seed of bullshit in my head. Not that that would happen, but you know what? I just won't allow it. When something's wrong, it's wrong. That's it. It's the absolute truth. Like, once again, the truth is absolute. It's not relative. Okay? I know for a fact that Anthony Manzano does not have a malicious bone in his body.
Me and EJ have been on panels together.
That's it. And you've been on everyone's channel, and I've never heard anyone have a negative thing to say about you, except for this cocksucker right here listening to us in the queue. And why?
What a loser!
Why?
Man.
What would be his
Jesus
motivation?
Christ.
Yeah, exactly.
Go do something with your life, bro.
You have to be a special piece of shit to try and make an example out of a good man and is a kind-hearted guy like Anthony, right?
Yeah, to me, I understand that there's a limit to turning the other cheek, but I just ignore that type of shit, to be honest.
That's all you have to do, man.
Well, you know what, Anthony?
I don't put links out on my channel because idiots will click on. They'll wait. They will literally wait in the bushes for months, years, for you to drop a link just to click on it and act like a fucking moron, like this guy's doing in the back.
Well, unlike
Jesus
the John
Christ.
F. Kennedy assassination, the lone gunman in the grassy knoll will not have his day on my channel. That's it. And look, I will say this, Anthony. Once again, your words in trying to actually rationalize and be at peace with this scumbag that you have to share the air with, right? It's a testament to what a good man you are. And you will always have my respect, my friend.
Yeah, but honestly, let's go back to boxing to ignore that. That, to be honest.
Well, no.
Actually,
it's going to be 4 hours that I've been on the air. We started at 7, right?
Or
a little after 7. But, and so I'm going to wrap things up. And what a perfect way to wrap things up than to make an example and point out what's wrong with the boxing diehard community. Once again, sometime, somewhere, some way, they convince themselves that it's a more enlightened way of viewing everything by shitting all over it. That they've convinced themselves that it's a more enlightened and insightful way of viewing things. Quite the contrary. Far from it.
You're right.
Right? And once again, I call everyone out to task. Okay, if you just actually view the glass half full instead of half empty, you guys could create more fans than you actually dissuade. You could. And once again, negativity breeds consequence. It always has, right? It's that ripple effect of your actions. And now mainstream and casual fans who don't have any skin in the game yet, if they see the fans who supposedly love the sport, if they're constantly shitting on it, then why the fuck should they invest their time and watch it? That's how they rationalize, and that's how they listen. And once again, it's guys like John McSmith. I'll bet you he's the same asshole, right? If a mainstream and casual fight fan wants to become more involved, I'll bet you he's the first one to insult and make fun of, make an example out of someone who doesn't know the sport as well as he does.
Yep.
That's how you turn people away from the sport, you cocksucker.
See, and it's funny he brings up Mad Chad.
You should be teaching people. You should be teaching people about what you know and what's to love about your beloved boxing. Not the other way around, you dickhead.
Hey, Joe, it's funny he brings up Mad Chad constantly in the back chat. I've been on Mad Chad's channel. He wouldn't deal with this shit either. Like, Mad Chad wouldn't deal with this either. Like, he wouldn't allow a person to get bullied on his channel. Like, I don't know why he brings up Chad like he would allow this.
Well, I will say this, and once again, I'm just trying to look for the reason why he's still here. Well, look, man. If
Fucking
this
loser,
is
that's why.
if you like your name being mentioned and surrounded in negativity, then I hope I made your day, brother. Because quite honestly, you weren't even a thought in my process until you appeared right now. And as soon as you leave and the show's over, I will have forgotten all about you. And that's difficult for me. And G Funky and EJ and Anthony will tell you, I love everybody. I love everybody. And I love to see the silver lining. And if you remember, yeah, I was actually really kind to you. And I treated you as an equal until I saw you doing that to someone, until I saw you not treating someone as an equal. And I will not accept that. And I will not just lie down while that's happening on my watch. So you know what? For that, John McSmith, you receive the Joseph Heron Kiss My Motherfucking Ass Award for life. You're a lifelong recipient of that. And you know what? I'll be praying for you, brother, because somewhere along the way, yeah, someone fucked up in your life and led you down this path. So, hey, dude, my advice, go to church, read scripture, and let it sink in and have it mean something to you. Okay? And I promise you, there's a much more fulfilling existence than to be in the critic and the negative voice, right, in the equation.
And that is what you call, this is what you call a burn. Just in case you didn't know, McSmith, you got filleted, you got skinned, you got filleted, you got fried, and you got because you weren't even good enough to eat. They just left you out there.
Well, look, and once again, I don't know what has to go on in this gentleman's life to understand that humility and kindness, it goes a lot further than being a prick, right? So who does that actually benefit, being a prick your entire life?
Yeah.
Who does that actually benefit?
This is one of the saddest things I've ever seen. This guy is still back here.
Yeah,
reading stupid things in the chat. And here's the thing: you bring up vagina in the chat. You probably couldn't get vagina in a morgue, you fucking loser. All right, get the fuck out of here.
Well, is he still talking?
Yeah, he is. I wouldn't really.
Is that why I've got 21 comments unread in the chat? Private chat. Oh, okay. So once again, brother, I hope when you reach the ripe old age of 55, like I am, I hope
He's actually older than me. He's actually
older than me. How old is he?
He's older than me by a few months. He's around 58.
58.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Right. He hasn't figured this shit out yet.
Oh my god.
Oh my word! Look, I will say this, brother. Understand that kindness and forgiveness is everything in this life, my friend. Okay, and once again, dude, once again, ask yourself, who is it benefiting to be ultra negative about everything and to be a complete prick? Who does it benefit? It doesn't benefit you, bro. Okay, and it doesn't benefit everyone around you, anyone around you. Learn from this. Be humble, be kind, and be forgiving. Okay? Be humble. Okay? And you will enjoy your life much, much more from this point forward. Go ahead, brother. The floor is yours, my friend.
Listen. This is for the idiot in the back. There's only one or two places that you can actually get away with the crap that you pull. But most people are kind of like Joseph and me. We don't want that, nor do we need it, and nor will we promote it. You only hang out in places that you can say all the vile stuff you say.
Ugh.
That's the only, and it's all, I can only think of one or two places. You know, and I'm sorry, but you're sad, you're pathetic, and all you have in your heart is hate. And the sad part is, I thought at one point in time, I really did think he was cool up until the part once he steps over certain lines, I say, I can't deal with this guy no more, and I won't.
Well, look. So he's officially become the Caleb Plant, right, of our boxing community, where he's cool until he isn't, right?
Right.
So once again, you know what? Understand, dude. Look at yourself. Look, understand. Don't take pride in all of this shit that people are talking about you right in front of your face. Look at it. Look at it from a point of humility, and understand understand why people feel this strongly about telling you the error of your ways. Okay, understand that, and look at yourself introspectively, and dude, do better tomorrow. Dude, you've got a clean slate every time you wake up in the morning, right? Do good. Treat people well the way they deserve to be treated. And Lance has the beat. With a heavy heart, I got to inform you, gentlemen, nobody is better than anybody here. That is the God's honest truth. And that is the grand design of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. God bless all of you guys. And Anthony, because you're the focus of everyone's attention right now, even though you didn't ask for it, please give us your parting shots on this episode of Warwick Radio, my friend.
Honestly, it was a good show until I'm not even going to say the name of he who should not be named.
Yep.
I read a lot of Harry Potter books, if you know what that means.
Yep. Voldemort.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, and honestly, to be honest, boxing is every sport can have toxic fans, but it seems like boxing, like combat sports, has the worst of it. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, why is it that combat sports specifically? Is it because some of these guys couldn't compete in other sports, like in the actual sport that they're criticizing?
You know what, Anthony, and I love your points, and I love you bringing this up, and that's very insightful. But I will say this, in my opinion, boxing fans, they're not as bad as UFC fans. Now, I will admit, UFC fans are a lot less informed than boxing fans, but they will support it. They will support Dana White and UFC as long as they have breath in their lungs. Okay, and that's where they're very different. So as ignorant as they are, they're much healthier for the brand and the product than diehard fight fans. Diehard fight fans, I will say this, and I've come to this conclusion because just after years of being in this business, I think that somewhere along the way, they take pride in being the most informed fans of a niche sport in the American market. And
that's how baseball is becoming too. Baseball is becoming a niche
sport. Don't say that, man. I love my Cincinnati Reds, even though they just missed the playoffs.
No, but like
I know what you're saying. I'm just joking,
generality, brother. In general, the only country that is popular in it is here in the United States. But even here in the United States, boxing and baseball are becoming niche sports to the point where they're losing younger fans because it's not as entertaining.
Yeah, isn't that a sad irony that boxing and baseball were the two first major pastimes that this country enjoyed, and they would flock to every fight and every game? Boy, how things have changed over the past 100 years. But once again, we did it to ourselves, guys. Promoters, fighters, we did it to ourselves. But once again, we have to rectify that. But
he's saying this guy in the back is saying I sound retarded.
Look. Don't listen to any of the vile. Look, and I never say this about anybody, right? But honestly, if he's saying that about someone who has a kind heart and would never wish ill will upon anybody, that is one evil motherfucker. If you've ever wondered how fucking guys like Son of Sam, serial killers, why they happen, well, look no further than this evil piece of shit. Why would you do that?
Piece of shit is what he is.
What a scumbag.
And the sad part is he's proud of it. He's proud of it. That's why he's here trolling in the back. What a fucking piece of
Well,
shit.
Listen. The only reason he's doing that is because the places he hangs out encourages it. That's the only reason he does it.
Yep, and that's exactly why the YTBC is a shit house that it is.
If people stop
channels
allow that stuff.
Look, it's a cancer to our beloved boxing, right? It's a cancer to the health of the sports. As partisan politics is a cancer to American society. Yeah, whatever you call them, the alphabet people in this community, right? They're a cancer, an ignorant cancer to our beloved boxing. And once again, the only reason why I'm making a big deal about this is because, one, he came on and asked for it. And two, guys who are that ignorant should be made an example of. Okay? And I hope he finds the error, he sees the error in his ways and tries to do better tomorrow. Because guess what? We always have that right? We always have that gift from God in choosing to do better tomorrow. Right? Once again, man, that's our blessing. That's our gift from God. Do better,
night, Joseph.
Do better. Anthony, God bless you, brother. And we love you on the show, man.
Good night.
And you stay the great person that you are. And guys, on behalf of Anthony,
are you doing another show, Joseph?
I'm going to be doing one tomorrow with my brother, Rodney Green.
Okay. No, because I was going to ask if you're going to do an interview with, do you ever do an interview with actual boxers, like young fighters, like a Jesus?
Look, that's how I started in this business. I used to do the Pugilist Corner. I used to host also AM radio in San Antonio, interviewing all the local fighters. But I stopped doing that because it became, too much work. And to be honest, most people don't respect your time and your effort, and they will come on whenever they want. They don't respect the platform either. And unless I'm getting that same respect, I'm not going to give it to you anymore. I'm too old, and once again, I give what I get. That's it.
Do you mind, John, you really got to stop, man. Just stop, number one. And Joseph, do you mind? Because I was thinking about, actually, I'm going to, because I'm going to fire it up after you close yours down. Do you mind if I link my channel if people want to go?
Dude, you know what? It would be my honor. The pleasure is all mine, my friend.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be. If you're interested, I'm gonna do a.
Let me just get some to eat, and I'll be next door, brother. I'll be right there.
No problem.
Thank you, EJ. You have a wonderful evening, Anthony. God bless you, brother. And hey, go Dolphins! Don't let the loss to the Bills, man, dissuade you of your plight for Super Bowl greatness. Right?
Oh no! What I was saying before is, Joseph. Before I go, what I was trying to say is once this kid, what I was saying is, I never got to finish what I was saying about what the fan base is going to do. They're going to forget about how great Dan Marino is because this kid won a Super Bowl for them, forgetting how if it wasn't for a guy like Dan Marino, half of these pocket passers like Tua or Justin Herbert wouldn't be in the league.
That's it. Let's be like people forget who is the only guy who figured out how to beat the 85 Bears.
Dan Marino.
That's it. And I saw that Monday night game. And let me tell you,
was that like during the middle winter? I can't remember.
I saw the highlights. Beautiful.
It was late in the season because they were undefeated, right?
Yeah, they crushed the Cowboys 44-0, right? And Dolphins and Dan Marino figured out how to beat them, and it was that slant pattern that they couldn't defend against. It was Dan Marino to Super Duper, Mark Duper, right? That did it, right? And unfortunately, the Patriots, they just chose not to learn from that. Either that or Tony Eason just couldn't throw those same passes. Didn't have that same quick release, right? Nonetheless, the Bears, for that year, were one of the greatest teams to ever exist. Yep. And there it is as Dan Marino is one of the all-time greats. So are you, Anthony. God bless you, brother. We love you on this show, man. So, guys, on behalf of Anthony Marzano and on behalf of EJ and my brother G Funky, I'm Joseph Heron. You've been listening to War Week Radio. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. And guys, once again, choose to do better. You've got a choice. Choose to do better, not worse. God bless all of you guys. Have a great evening.
FightSaga.com and Halftime Pizza proudly present WAWR Week Radio Chats with ring announcer and commentator Joseph Heron.